Oh, hello. Oh, no. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you're all well. Fuck, what's that? What have I got that? Oh, fuck. I know why. I know why. I went to like the video and I forgot that I was up. Right, let's retweet this bad boy. We are now live. We are now live, people. So, whoever's here, say hi and chat on YouTube and Rumble as well. Welcome, Rumble. There's a couple of people there. On YouTube, hello. I don't know who is here, but please say hi if you want to. If you don't want to, that's fine as well. So, it's about 7 hour stream today. It's two parts to it. So I don't know what the two parts mean, but there's two parts to it. Well, thank you, Billy, for sharing that, for liking it. I'm not fucking about today. I'm not fucking about today. We're going straight into it today. 5 past now. Boom, boom, boom. We're in. I'm not going to wait around for people. If they want to come and join us, they can come and join us. Well, so today, this morning, we've got the person that Mark had the affair with still on the stand. She was here yesterday. Brittany, good morning. How are you? Nice to see you. Thanks for saying hello. I just literally just sent you a message about 5 minutes ago as well. See, Brittany on the brain, you see. Um, wake up, Rumble. Rumble, do you know what? If no one's on Rumble, I don't blame you because it's a weird spot. But as a streamer, you get way more viewers on Rumble, but I'd never go to Rumble. I don't understand it. And people now leaving YouTube. Happy days. Look at you guys. 2 words. F off then. Whey. Right. Three. So that's going to be 2 more minutes. Then we're off. We're off we go. So Brittany and who else is here? I don't know. Where's Rumble? Come on, Rumble people. Rumble normally is we've got like over 20 by now. Always good, Brittany. Always good. You know it. That's why I messaged you. I want to clear something up. Um, yeah, that's fine there. Right, there we are. People of Rumble starting to come. Hello, Rumble. Welcome. Welcome to the jungle. I'm just going to give you 1 more minute and then we're going to start with this case. And it is, forget, what's the bloody name? Kelly Labante. Kelly is on the stand. She was on the stand yesterday. She's still got to be on the stand today. And then the state at some point will have to cross her. I hope this is the right one now. Oh crap! I better check this now. Right, hang on. I'm going to take this off because I'm not sure if I've got the right video. There's two of them, you see, and it should be this one. But hang on a minute. Something wrong here. Sorry, peeps. Literally. Let's try this one first. Is this the one? No, I think I had the right video all along. Start it there. Pause it. We're going to go into it. Let's go, guys. Rumble, are we ready? Oh, Rumble's ready. Look out. Fair play. A lot more people there now. Right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Go, go. Why does more people go on Rumble and not here? I don't get it. Whitney's still here. Share. Wrong one. I'm sharing Rumble. What am I sharing Rumble for? Present. Share screen. And then I'll just put this up. So this first was about 3 hours, next was about 4 hours. So I've skipped 2 minutes.
McNeil, Deputy District Attorney, and Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, and then Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorney Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, the jury's back in the courtroom. Thank you for coming on time. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with the state's case. And for the record, Kelly Brooks is still on the stand and still under oath. Can you come up, ma'am, and take your seat up here? All right, anytime you're ready, Ms. McNeil.
Right.
So, Ms. Brooks, I'm going to play for you an audio file on State's Exhibit 20 and then ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Brittany Levant. So she was the woman that he had an affair with. And they were married, with a kid. Now she's Brooks.
Hello, this is a collect call from
It's a recording. Sometimes it's just
an inmate from the Kenosha County pretrial facility. To accept charges, press 0. To obtain, this call is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tel-Link.
Hello.
So for the record, that was the first 36 seconds. And now moving to the time period of 0630. Okay, beginning again at 0628.
It was nothing but a freaking headache, 20 hours a day for you, and you spent no time with us, ever.
Right, and that's what you find is focus issue here. That was what it was. I worked my tail.
So I've paused it at 0638. Did you hear the voices in this recording?
Yes.
And did you recognize your voice?
Yes.
And then who's the other voice on the recording?
Mark Jensen.
All right, so now continuing.
Well, made money, but you didn't have any life, so I just want to have some fun. Saw the book, saw the movie, moved to Colorado, or wherever we decide we want to live. That's going to be the question. Where do we want to live?
There
Where do we
was
want to live?
Mars.
What's that, Mars? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, away from here so we don't have to deal with it. Someplace where we got
Let's go to Oompa Loompa Land.
Hello, Mr.
activities to do that are going to be fun to do, excursions to go see, day
Yeah.
trips to take, restaurants and little coffee shops to go hang out at, and restaurants to explore, and all that other crap, just
Yeah.
fun stuff that you can do.
Colorado sounds like a good spot.
I'm thinking so. I'm thinking, if they're all said and done, what would be back to where we were
Well, North Carolina, I hear that's a nice place to live.
in 2002. Where's that?
North Carolina.
Yeah. That'd be fun.
We'd have to acquire an accent, but
I mean, Colorado, maybe somewhere in the Sierra Nevadas. I don't know, but we don't.
Sierra Nevada?
Yeah, what is that? Nevada, like Lake Tahoe area or something like that.
I'm not really sure. My husband's been in jail too long. He's kind of losing it, I guess.
You can do it's mostly
Use
emails.
some big words.
No,
Them
I was
flirting
like,
and
why on
stuff
earth would
together.
you want to go there?
Oh, I don't know.
So it wasn't
I haven't been there, so I'm thinking, hey, it'll be fun. So it'll be something. You can take some time and figure stuff out. Yeah.
Well, then let's just move to Idaho.
That'd be fun too.
They have great fishing there, I hear.
I know. Fly fishing and stuff like that.
Great golf courses, apparently. What?
Yeah, anywhere out there. That's what I'm thinking. It'll be time to get away from here.
All right.
Yep. Funny. Oh. Well, the guy today was offering to go grab somebody and sit on him.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh.
Chucked
This
in.
is where the kids used to be able to do it, you know?
Yeah.
Did you like the video last night, never thought?
Went there, go find Doug, grab him, pick him up, carry him somewhere, sit on him.
Yep.
So, oh, God. But that would be we got time to figure it out and have some fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big question is
Yep.
where do we want to go and where do we want it to be? And where to from here? Draw a line, put all this behind us.
All right, so pausing it at 0904. Just a few follow-up questions on what we just heard. Did you hear the defendant make a comment to you about sell the book, sell the movie?
Yes.
And what is that about?
He talked about, selling the rights to the situation that he's in with this case and making money off of it.
And so his plan is to write a book and sell it,
Yes.
and then it becomes a movie and that sells?
Right.
Now, I don't expect you to recall an exact date of this particular conversation, but would the time period have been about the fall of 2007?
Late summer, early fall. Yes.
Now, during the part we also just listened to, did you recall hearing the defendant talk about a guy offering to grab a guy and sit on him?
Yes.
And do you have any idea what that was about?
So, did you enjoy the video last night?
Not really. No.
And then the defendant followed that up with how the kids
Is the volume okay?
Douglas and sit on him.
Yeah. That must have just been some horsing around stuff. Some horsing around stuff.
So when you're listening to this, that doesn't mean anything to you?
Correct.
And it didn't back in 2007?
Right.
Now I'm going to play the portion. Let me get to the right time.
Thank you, Brittany. Appreciate that. And if that's slipping, she normally does this. Appreciate you guys. Oh, good. I got another video coming out. I didn't like it that much, enough of that.
So this would be starting at 11:51.
I've got another video coming out explaining a bit more.
Let's see, money-wise, how is everything?
Fine, I guess. I just have to remember to pay the bills.
Bills?
Oh, shit. Forgot to pay one of my credit cards.
Oh, really?
Got stopped with a late fee and the interest charge. I was like, son of a bitch.
Okay.
Because it just happened, just at the right time where it was just the last thing on my
Right, the
mind.
people
And I
want
don't
me
get paper statements anymore from anything.
Gotcha.
So I have to remember to go out there. And I went out there the day the next statement was cutting off.
Right.
Made the payment. Well, that didn't cut it.
Gotcha.
But, it's taken care of. But, no,
Okay.
other than that, we're fine.
Sounds
That's why I have so many things set up on auto pay. Because I just don't need the hassle.
okay. Let's see. There was something okay. Well, that's good. So something I think I want to have my folks take care of.
Mm-hmm.
It might have you give them some money, just a little bit. And I'll explain that to you.
Okay.
Okay? Not right now.
Okay.
Okay? We'll see if I'll figure it out. Okay. That, I don't know anything more about that at this point, so.
have to do with something in there?
What's that?
Does it have to do with something in there?
Oh, no.
Yes.
No.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Okay. And that's all.
How much?
Oh. It'd be like 500.
Okay.
Maybe twice. And that would be it. And I'm not sure if I want to do that or not, but, you know.
Okay.
And I know I'm not giving you any answer at all.
No, well, but I understand. You know.
Okay. I'm just, it'd probably be better to have that part of the conversation now and the other part of it later or something like that.
Okay.
We'll figure it out. But
All right.
Yeah, probably.
definitely want to, I don't know. We'll see.
You have 1 minute left.
You're going to get cut off again.
All right.
Okay, well, don't worry about that. It's just the, just I want to give you a heads up or something like that with that. Okay. Love you. Everything else good?
Uh-huh.
Good. Everything's fine.
All right, stopping it at 14:55. So for that portion of the conversation, it starts out with the defendant asking you about finances, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you talked about missing a bill or something
Right.
like that. And then he references something that he wants his folks to take care of.
Right.
Is that referring to his parents?
Yes.
And then he talks about giving his parents money. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did hear that.
And what amount did he want you to give his parents based on what you heard?
Based on what I heard, it was going to equal $1,000
And he said 500 twice.
twice. Yes.
Okay, not very straightforward.
Right.
Did you have any idea what he was talking about?
No, but in the moment, I was like, what is this? This is sketchy. His parents don't need money. So.
And were you at that time in a financial position to be giving anyone $1,000?
No.
And then towards the end of that conversation, did you hear the defendant say something like having this part of the conversation now and the other part later?
Yes.
So not telling you the whole story now
Correct.
or ever?
Right.
So this is State's Exhibit 20. I would move that into evidence.
All right, we'll let the cross finish. And
Okay, so I just have a few sort of wrap-up questions. So yesterday I had asked you a question, and this is going back now till towards the end of October 1998. I had asked you a question about the trip you took to Chicago with the defendant.
Okay.
And so I asked you if you went to Morton's Steakhouse.
Okay.
And so do you recall whether or not you went there?
I don't recall if I went there. I'm sure we went to a nice restaurant. I just don't recall if it was actually Morton's.
And so would looking at a prior transcript refresh your recollection?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, so I'm referring to 12208, page 141, right in the middle of that page.
Let's see. Okay. All right. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Interesting. What's going on?
And so did that refresh your recollection about where you went?
Yeah. I mean, if I said it then I must have remembered it then. It's been a while.
At the time you said Morton's.
Yes. At the time I said Morton's.
And then did looking at that same area of the page refresh your recollection at all about the Adler Planetarium?
Yeah. I've never been to the Adler Planetarium, but
Hello.
we did go to the
Where's mine?
aquarium that was right next to it. So maybe I just misspoke there.
In Chicago.
Next to the Miami.
Yes. Yeah, they're right next to each other.
All right. So one other thing that I'd like to clarify, you were asked some questions about going into 1999, January, February of that year. So I just want to clarify, when did you actually move to Wisconsin, where you were living in Wisconsin?
March is when I moved all my stuff into the apartment.
And at that time, you were not living with the defendant,
Correct.
But were you going over to his home?
Yeah, I would come up and visit on weekends, and yes.
Well, you were in Wisconsin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you got a magnet for that?
When are we talking? In January and February?
No, I'm sorry. After you moved to Wisconsin?
Okay.
So I think you said that was end of March, early April.
Right.
So during that time period, you are living in your own apartment.
Yes.
But are you visiting the defendant at his home?
Yes.
And is he visiting you at your apartment?
Occasionally, but most of the time we spend at the house.
So then during this time period, were you in a sexual relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
And so that was pretty much continuous from January all the way on?
Yes.
And so during that period of time, were you the defendant's girlfriend?
Yes.
You believed yourself to be?
Yes.
I think the only other exhibit I didn't move was exhibit number 22. So I would, for the record, move that one. And then I have no further questions.
So you, after the cross, you're moving 20, 21, and 22?
Correct.
All right. Who's doing the cross for the defense?
Amazing. Amazing. Where did you buy it, Lil?
Brooks, yes.
Miss Brooks, I want to go back to some of those emails we
Yeah,
talked
yeah,
about
have
yesterday.
you
I'm
gone
not going
back
to
or
go
not?
through them all, but I want to ask you a few questions about some of the emails that
Okay.
you saw.
Do I need to see them?
I'm going to get them for you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And I'm going to ask you to go to page 28. And you were asked some questions about these emails, and they were in reference to like a joke that was forwarded to you.
This one looks like it was stock information.
Stock information, thank you. So when in that email on page 28, on October 12th at 9:35 a.m., at least it looks like that's the time you allegedly sent it, you actually replied back to your home address.
Yes.
And that means that when he sent this email from the mjensen@execpc.com, you actually responded back to that address.
Yes.
And do you remember what you said in your response to him?
No.
The home address.
No.
Do you know if you signed off IDL or IWI?
I don't know.
And is that the only time you emailed him back at his home address?
I can't be
Or
sure.
home email address?
I have no idea. Well, is this my response right below it? Have you ever noticed that Dan's email address is ex-nerd? Thought it was amusing.
I can't.
Address is ex-nerd. Do you want to see it? Or, okay.
That's what I was asking if.
Okay. Well, it's right there. So yes.
And then in that it says
Yes. I miss you.
IMY too.
Yes. Yes.
And that was to his home email address. I'm going to send you to page 42 of that same document. And this is the conversation that you had about, I think, a WinStar cruise.
Yes.
Did you ever take a cruise?
No.
And the conversation that you talked about yesterday was about you giving yourself a deadline.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen didn't give you a deadline.
Correct.
He didn't tell you to set a deadline.
Correct.
He didn't set a deadline for himself.
Right.
This was something you were going to do.
Correct.
He didn't pressure you in any way to set a deadline.
No.
He didn't pressure you in any way to leave your husband.
No.
And also in this conversation, you talked about how you asked him, how are you going to deal with the issue of your marriage, is basically what you were talking about.
Yes,
And it was you that brought up that conversation.
I believe so. Yeah.
Mr.
In that
Jensen
instance,
didn't
yes.
start talking about dealing with issues of marriage at first. You can review the entire email.
Is it
chain
just,
if you-
in this email? Okay. Then yes, it was probably me, but yeah.
And you said that he was being an evasive little shit. I think those are the words that
Yeah.
you used. And he
Yes.
said, I'm not. What do you want to know?
Yes.
And it was after that comment by you that he said he actually had a conversation with his wife.
Yes.
It was this whole ticket punched conversation.
Right.
And you understood that to mean that he had spoken to his wife
Yes.
about their marriage.
Yes.
And what was going to happen with their marriage.
Right.
And it was during this conversation that he found out his wife didn't love him anymore.
Yes.
And he found out that they were both there at that point for the sake of the children.
Yes.
And what he says is, I heard the answers. Is that right?
Yeah.
Would
What
be on page 43,
are we on 43? Okay.
121
Yes.
p.m.
Mhm.
I heard the answers. We're just hanging out for lack of one of us making a decision. What did that mean to you?
Basically that they're just staying together until one of them decides to leave.
Just need to decide what to do and make an announcement. What did that mean to you?
That they were either going to make it work or tell everyone they were getting a divorce.
And again, he's not telling you that there's a deadline that he is going to meet.
That is correct.
He's not saying that I've told my wife or I'm going to be divorced by the end of the year, or I'm going to leave my wife.
Right.
He's saying he had the conversation. He now knows his wife doesn't love him and there's no deadline for anything.
Right.
You continue to tell him that you're giving yourself a deadline because you don't want to let anyone down.
Right.
And he says, you don't have to do that. I think it's page 42. You have to do what's right for you. I'll just be hanging out.
Yes.
So at no point is he pressuring you to leave your husband.
Correct.
He's not pressuring you to go on this trip with him.
Right.
He's not pressuring you to go on any trip with him.
Right.
It's a conversation about someday taking a cruise that you brought up.
In the email. Yes.
You brought it up because you wanted to maybe celebrate his 40th birthday with him.
Right.
So it was a conversation you started.
Yes.
And the whole conversation about dealing with issues and getting your ticket punched, that came after you asked, how are you going to deal with your issues?
Yes.
Whoa. Whoa.
I want to talk to you about the email you wrote.
Stop. Known terrestrial. How the hell are you? You popped up, but I was like, known terrestrial. So known terrestrial is the first ever commenter on this channel on a stream. Oh, but I haven't seen you since. Where the hell have you been? I don't know where you've been. I've missed you. I've made a video about you. If you go in my videos, there's my first subscriber. It shows our chat. Unbelievable. I don't know. Unbelievable. What a small world. Yeah, hang on, I'll skip a couple of messages here. I fully appreciate it. Fully appreciate you coming back. I just can't believe it. I had to stay there for 2 seconds. But I made a video especially for you. My first ever commenter. Unbelievable. Thank you for being here. I never asked you, are you on Twitter or something? Are you on Twitter? Because, I try to get in touch with you, but I didn't know how to. I try to tag you on YouTube and everything to check in on you. Unbelievable. Thank you, Peter. If you got Twitter, put it in here. I want to follow you. Right, sorry guys, I put it back on, but that's amazing.
About
Thanks, Brittany.
Don't tell me. Do you remember that email that you were talking about? The don't tell me how I feel email?
It was a statement I made, and then he refers to that statement in emails. But yes, I do remember.
Check
So
your
the statement
DMs.
you made was on the phone
DM me now.
or in
that.
person,
Yes.
and he in an email.
Yes.
And that was about you, a woman with no children, then being in a relationship with a man who has 2 children.
Correct.
And that was the context of that conversation.
Context of that conversation. Yes.
And you basically said, don't tell me who I want to be with
Right.
or whether they have children or not.
Right.
I want to take you to pages 69 and 70. And the reason I want to start on page 69 is because these 2 pages go together, correct?
Let's see.
Fabric, you have sending messages. Don't trust you. Give me your Twitter address. Or if you're on Twitter, that is.
Page 69, the bottom, October 26th,
Unbelievable.
1:09
Just make
p.m.
the day.
Mr. Jensen sends you an email.
Okay.
Is that right? What you see there?
Yes, I see that.
And it's about
And then it's
sending.
about 3:24 later. Okay. At 3:24 on the next page.
And in that email, he's talking about sending you money.
Yes.
And that's for the phone bill.
Yes.
And
Well,
then
cool.
as it continues to page 70, which is the same day, 2 hours later, he asks you about whether you can get things in the mail with your new last name.
Yes.
And he actually says, if that doesn't work, I'll change the name.
Yes.
And that's referring to the check that he's going to send you for the phone bill.
Yes.
I mean, he knew you were.
Well,
married.
I'm assuming that's what it was. Yes.
That's 2 hours after he said he was sending you a check.
Yeah.
And he knew you were married.
Yes.
And he knew your husband's last name was Freeman. And the last email I want to talk to you about is the last 2 emails on here, this Dear John letter of sorts.
Is that 79 and 80?
79 and 80,
Okay.
thank you. So sometime in the morning of October 27th, you send Mr. Jensen an email.
Yes.
And this email is, you have made a decision that after 6 years of fighting for a relationship, you need to give it a chance to work.
Yes.
And you're telling him in this email that the sexual relationship between you and him has to stop.
Right.
And the flirtation has to come down.
Yes.
And that's because you want to try to make your marriage work.
Yes.
You at least want to give it a fair chance.
Right.
Mr. Jensen doesn't tell you, no, don't do that.
Right.
He doesn't say you shouldn't make this marriage work.
Right.
He talks a little bit about he's concerned about you dealing with the funky,
Yes.
but he never says, no, that's never going to work. You shouldn't try to make your marriage work.
Right.
He's supportive.
Yes.
He says he'll continue to be your friend.
Yes.
And from the time of the weekend before that to January, one of those first 2 times you came to Wisconsin, there was a relationship between you and Mark Jensen.
That is correct.
Because you had made a decision that you wanted to try to make your marriage work.
Yes.
And he respected that decision.
Yes.
And although you guys joked around and still saw each other at meetings and maybe flirted, there was nothing else, oral sex or traditional sex, that you 2 engaged in.
Correct.
And he never pressured you to change your mind.
No.
Seem to have lost all my notes.
I think so.
All right, so I'm not going to ask you any more questions about emails, so I'm going to take that back from you so you don't have to have it up there with you.
I think she's okay. Don't think she's been lying. She can lie. It's all on emails and stuff, mostly.
Now, you had testified previously that you met Mr. Jensen in the spring of 1998.
Yes,
And that's when he was brought down to St. Louis to see if he would join Stifel Nichols.
correct.
And he was brought down with another broker.
Yes,
He wasn't by himself at that point. Correct?
correct.
And at some point, you went up to Racine to help start that branch.
Yes,
And it was after the Racine office opened that you and Mr. Jensen began talking more,
correct.
started flirting,
Yes,
started joking around.
right.
Most of it on email,
Yes,
but sometimes on the
on the
telephone.
phone. Yes,
And during the course of these conversations, you learned about his marriage.
yes,
You learned that he had children,
yes,
Yes.
learned where he lived,
So
Yes.
so annoying, Lily.
and he learned a lot about you.
I tried
Yes.
everything.
He learned that you were engaged to be married
yes,
to
I
Mr.
closed
Greenman,
everything down.
yes,
and knew some information about like your background, families, things like that.
yes,
And you hadn't married Mr. Greenman yet when you started a physical relationship with Mr. Jensen.
correct.
And at some point you did get married.
Yes,
And Mr. Jensen knew you were getting married.
yes,
And at no point did he try to stop you from getting married,
no,
tell you, no, don't get married.
no.
I don't think she's lied anywhere.
And as you talked about earlier, that sexual relationship started in September of
Yes.
1998 and ended in mid to late October of 1998.
Yes,
No, we saw a lot of emails. That wasn't all the emails that were ever sent.
no.
It'd be fair to say that you talked a lot in emails
Yes,
and you talked a lot on the phone.
yes,
And that's why he was sending you money for the phone bill.
yes,
And during these conversations, as we saw, you complained about your husband,
yes,
complained about the physical relationship,
yes,
complained about the emotional relationship,
yes,
complained about his continued conversations with his ex, Debbie.
yes,
And Mr. Jensen also complained about his marriage.
yes,
He talked about his sexual relationship with his wife.
yes,
He talked about the concerns that he had about his wife.
yes,
He told you things that were happening inside the house.
yes,
And he confided in you about some of the concerns that he had.
yes,
And some of that is seen in the emails.
yes.
Now, you married your husband in September of 1998. And you said that that marriage ended sometime in January of 1999.
The marriage ended. Yeah, the divorce didn't happen, but yes.
Divorce didn't happen until March of 99.
Yes.
But for you, the marriage ended in January of 1999.
Yes,
Now, you had learned, I think you had testified yesterday on December 4th, that Miss Jensen had passed away.
yes,
And you had had conversations with Mr. Jensen after that.
yes,
He had talked to you about the fact that his wife had
Yeah.
passed away
yes,
and there was a wake.
I'm not sure how long he's been in prison. Don't think it's 25 years.
In December of 1998,
Long
he
time,
didn't
though.
pressure you to leave your husband.
no,
He didn't tell you that it's time to get divorced and head to Wisconsin.
no,
Never had that conversation with you.
no,
He understood you were trying to make your marriage work.
yes,
And he was being a friend and not pressuring you in any way to end that marriage.
right.
In January of 1999, that marriage ended. I think you said that you and your husband had a big fight,
Yes,
and that was it for you.
yes,
You were done.
yes,
And it was at that point that you contacted Mr. Jensen and let him know that you were leaving your husband.
yes,
And it was only after that that you visited Wisconsin for the first time
yes,
and spent the weekend at the Jensen home.
yes,
You continued to work for Stifel Nicholas until I think
died
you said March of
25 years ago.
1999.
I think I left there in February, sometime in
I'm not
February or
sure.
March.
And then
Might have
you-
been March.
And then you moved to Wisconsin.
Yes,
At some
You've been in
point,
jail
you
over
got a
10
job
years.
at Abbott Laboratories.
Yes.
You didn't ever live in the home that Mr. Jensen shared with his wife in Kenosha.
No.
In fact, you lived in a different home at the end of 1999.
Yes.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about this blueprint meeting in November of 1998. You testified that you had gone to that meeting, basically put it together.
Yes.
That was your job
Yes.
as the executive assistant for the man who was in charge of all the brokers.
Yes.
And your husband stayed at the hotel with you?
Yes.
You didn't have any sexual contact with Mr. Jensen that weekend?
No.
Now, you were married to Mr. Jensen for 5 years? 4 to 5 years?
4 to 5 years, yeah.
And you had known him since 1998?
Yes.
And you knew him to be an avid note taker?
Yes.
He wrote down everything? Like he had a calendar, if he had an appointment, he'd write it down?
Yeah.
He had notes and pages off the Stifel Nicholas letterhead?
Yes.
And he would take notes of what was going on in his life or conversations he had had?
I guess so. I mean, yeah.
I mean, did you see him take notes?
I saw notes that he took for work. Yes.
So he was a gentleman who wrote stuff down,
Yes.
and that's something that you knew.
Yes.
And we talked a little bit about Exhibit 22. That's these notes about your prior boyfriends.
Yes.
And the notes, and I'm going to show them to you. I'm not going to publish them. I'll show you just the first 3 pages right now. Those notes are about boyfriends that you have, right?
Yes.
And it appears to be your ex-husband's handwriting.
Yes.
And this is information that you provided to him.
Yes.
And this was information you provided to him after 1999.
Yes.
In that same packet, there is a note.
Okay.
I'm going to show you a note. And can you tell me if that's Mr. Jensen's handwriting?
Yes.
And at the bottom of that note, there's a note about a Mr. Gartz.
That's not his name. That's where we work together.
So is it Don?
Yeah.
Don. And then you worked at Gartz.
Yes.
And it's a note about whatever information you provided to Mr. Jensen about the relationship,
Yes.
the sexual relationship.
Yes.
And above that note, there is a note about the Greenleaf Grill.
Yes.
Have you ever been to the Greenleaf Grill?
I don't recall ever being here. No.
Do you remember if that's a location close to Abbott Laboratories?
Based on the information there, it might be.
Did you ever do happy hours or meetings with fellow coworkers after work?
I don't remember if I did, but I might have.
And if you had done that at somewhere like the Greenleaf Grill, that would have been after you moved to Wisconsin,
Yes.
and after you started working for Abbott Laboratories.
Yes.
Do you remember when you started working for Abbott Laboratories?
I think in 2000, maybe late 99.
When we looked at all of those emails yesterday, there was no conversations in those emails between you and Mr. Jensen about any prior boyfriend.
Right.
The conversations were about your husband.
Yes.
Now, these notes that Mr. Jensen took about your past boyfriends, he got the names of the prior boyfriends from you.
Yes.
And he asked you questions.
Yes.
And you answered those questions.
Yes.
You didn't tell him you didn't want to answer the questions.
Oh, no, I did tell him that.
Okay. And he asked you again.
Yes.
And so then you told him.
After some unpleasant conversations, yes.
Because it's a weird thing to talk about.
Yes.
And sometimes it's really weird to talk about a prior boyfriend.
Yes.
Or a prior, maybe not a boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a weird thing to talk about even with your spouse.
Yes.
Now, you and Mr. Jensen married sometime in 2004,
Yes.
and you had a son in 2006?
2004.
In 2004. Thank you. And his name is Andy. His name is Andy.
Andrew.
Andrew. I have an Andrew from 2004 also. I should have remembered that. And you also helped him raise Douglas and David.
Yes.
And you ended up filing for divorce in 2009.
Yes.
And at that point, you had custody of your son,
Yes.
and you actually left Wisconsin.
Not until 2012.
So in 2012, you left Wisconsin.
Yes.
You had gotten in a new relationship
Yes.
and gotten married.
I wasn't married when I left.
At some point, you got married.
Shortly after, yes.
So shortly after leaving, you got married.
Yes.
Okay. And it'd be fair to say that you and Mr. Jensen haven't spoken in years.
Yes.
So I want to just talk briefly about this home computer you had in 05 and 06 when you lived with Mr. Jensen.
Okay.
You were asked a few questions about Mr. Jensen's use of a computer.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that was in the home.
Yes.
And I think you testified that he used it for work also.
Yes.
Now, in 2005 and 2006, do you remember having a dedicated line for your internet?
I assume we would have. Yes.
Did you have to make sure the phone was?
I don't know what technology was like then. If it was the way it is now, that's how it was. If we needed a phone line, that's how it was.
Do you remember if you had like DSL or?
No.
Okay. You just remember that you were able to be on the phone and on the internet at the same time.
Yes.
And you said that he would be on the computer late at night.
Yes.
And that would be after the boys were asleep?
Yes.
1 second, please. Last questions. You heard that phone call from 2007
Yes.
about sending his parents money?
Yes.
You never sent his parents any money?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Yeah, redirect.
Just a few clarifications. Do you have? All right, so you were asked some questions relating to State's Exhibit number 21, the emails, particularly the ones happening on October 16th. You recall those questions?
Can you give me the page number so I can look at it so I know which questions?
So why don't you start at the beginning of that thread, which is page 47?
Okay.
And so the way this whole conversation started, the conversation that turned into end of the year deadline, that sort of thing, was with him saying, let's run off somewhere. Do you see that on October 16th, 1998, 9:21 a.m., page 47?
Yes.
So his email is, hey, want to run off somewhere? I do love you.
Yes.
Okay. So he's the one who's bringing up the idea of running off somewhere and taking this cruise.
Okay. Yes. In this email, yes. Yes. In this email, yes.
And if that's at all realistic, you say that we have to deal with our details, our
Yes.
spouses, essentially, right?
Yes.
And that's how that conversation turned, correct?
Yes.
And it's true that during the course of all these emails that we looked at, he never brings up the idea of divorce, right?
Correct.
Or simply leaving his wife.
Right.
And it was his lack of giving you details that caused you to call him evasive.
Yes.
And one of the things that he told you in these emails, you were asked questions about whether he pressured you to leave, things of that nature. But he told you, I'll just be hanging out.
Yes.
So whenever you left your husband, he would be there.
Yes.
And then you were also asked these questions about those final pages of the emails where you talk about giving it a shot with your husband. You recall those questions?
Yes.
So that's October 27th of 1998, correct?
Yes.
And by early January of 1999, you were coming to Wisconsin and in a sexual relationship with the defendant.
Yes.
So just over 2 months later.
Yes.
And to be clear, your communication with the defendant never stopped.
Correct.
And even when you're at a conference with your husband and the defendant in early November, you're flirting with him.
Yes.
So it's fair to say that you knew as soon as you left your husband, the defendant would be there for you.
Yes.
So just a timeline question let me ask you this. When did you actually move into the same home as the defendant in Wisconsin?
I believe it was right before Thanksgiving of 99.
And that was not the Pleasant Prairie home.
That is correct.
All right. And then you were asked these questions about Exhibit 22, which is all those notes in your husband's handwriting, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked about your husband being a note taker. You recall that?
Yes.
But you didn't know he was taking these notes.
No, I did not.
And even without knowing that, you did not want to engage in these conversations?
Correct.
Did it cause conflict between you and the defendant?
Yes.
And can you describe that?
We would get into pretty good fights. And I would be at work when we would start on messaging is when he would ask the questions, and I would balk at them and not want to answer them. And we'd get into it, and it would even last for days. I mean, I'd go home and we'd fight about it. And then ultimately I would just cave and give the information.
So this questioning was repeated.
Yes.
And it started even at the beginning of your relationship, correct? In the fall of 1998?
Yes, just much more high level and not as detailed.
And that's what you mean by high level? It means not digging into
Not, yeah, just, I don't know, just very vague.
Now, I believe you testified yesterday that you did tell the defendant about your encounter with John Jack Joseph in the fall of 1998. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so what helps you remember that you told the defendant about this man and about his penis in the fall of 1998?
I had a memory of when we were at Blueprint. As everything was getting started, they had a restaurant there, and Mark and I went to lunch, and Jock Joseph was there eating lunch. And I said, "Oh, there's Jock Joseph." And, you know, he recognized him. He's like, "Oh, that's the guy." And so we had that conversation. And that's how I remembered. I had to have told him prior to that.
And you think the prior incident with this man had been the year prior?
At the previous branch managers meeting, whenever that was, yes, which must have been the year before.
So we talked about these, I guess, acronyms in the emails. Do you recall whether you were the person who started using the IDLY?
I don't recall.
And you also testified about having knowledge of the defendant's, at least his intention to write a book, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a page of that and then ask you a couple questions about it.
Judge, I would object. There was no cross-examination on this.
I can't hear
I
you.
said I would object. There was no cross-examination on this.
It has to do with the acronyms in the emails.
As
no
long as it's the
cross-examination.
subject that you're talking about, I'll allow it. As to the acronyms. Go ahead.
And is she reading from the document that she didn't prepare?
I'm asking if she recognizes.
I do not recognize this, no.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
Yes.
All right. And if you look towards the middle of that page, just let me know, read it yourself, and let me know whether that refreshes your recollection about the acronyms.
I recognize the reference, yes.
So did reviewing that help you in any way remember about who started the acronyms, or do you still not have a memory of that?
I don't have a memory of it.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any recross?
Just briefly, going back to that October 16th email chain between you and Mr. Jensen. Mr. Jensen knew where you were living on October 16th of 1998, correct?
Yes.
He knew where you were working?
Yes.
He knew which office it was?
Yes.
In fact, you guys text or emailed on a daily basis?
Yes.
And spoke on the phone on a daily basis?
Yes.
You were asked about Mr. Jensen say, "I'll just be here hanging out."
Yes.
And you thought that meant that whenever you were ready.
Yes.
And he actually emailed that to you after he had emailed you that he had already had a conversation with his wife.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am. Yes.
All right, you're excused. Thank
Right.
you. Then we have exhibits 20, 21, and 22 will be received. Or no?
One was just
All right.
the emails, right? 21 was. It's all on a disc. Oh, okay.
Who's next for the state then?
Mr. Dave Wilkinson.
And the number?
Let me grab the number. $73.
Thank you. Okay, remain standing, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in, okay? You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, self God? I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. Get as close as you can to the little microphone. Spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
David Wilkinson, DAVID WILKINSON.
Thank you. Who's going to ask the questions?
I am, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Jambos.
Thank you. So, Mr. Wilkinson, on December 3rd, 1998, by whom were you employed?
The Village of Pleasant Prairie.
In what capacity?
At the time, I was a paid-on-call firefighter EMT.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
The Village of Pleasant Prairie, and as a firefighter EMT.
Do you recall being called to go to any location on that date and time, on that date?
I was called to a resident, I believe, on Lakeshore Drive. I believe it was about the 9,000 block for a person that was pulseless and non-breathing.
And do you remember when you received the phone call, or when you received that call?
I'm sorry. Can you say that?
Tell me how were you notified that you were to go?
We were notified from the Kenosh County Joint Services who set off our pagers and our tones in our station. The tones inside the station, the tonal letters.
So you were at the station house at the time?
I was not. I was actually at my own private residence.
But your pager went off?
It did, sir.
And so how did you respond to the pager going off? What does the pager tell you when it goes off?
At the time, we worked as a paid-on-call department. As a responded. At the time, I was what we called paid-on-call, which if there's a call come out, we would tone out like that. We'd go to the scene. When we went to this scene, we would go in our private vehicle.
So on December 3rd, 1998, when you were summoned or when you received this call, you were at home at the time.
I was.
And you responded in your personal vehicle.
That's correct.
Do you remember what time you received the call or the pager signal?
I do not. I would have to refer to my report.
Oh, I see. It's up there.
What time to get home? And where do you go? Heathrow.
Sure, this has been marked as S24. And just ask you to look at that and page through it. And when you're done looking at it, let me know.
Yes, but do you tell them? Happy days. Well, you know where we are. Go watch this for a bit,
Okay. I'm good, sir.
even though it's not great.
Now that
This
you've
trial.
received that,
Not a fan.
does that refresh your recollection as to the precise time that you received this call?
Yes, it was about 4:30 in the afternoon, or 16:32 is listed on the report.
And when did you arrive at the scene?
I would have arrived on location probably about 4:34 p.m. or 16:34 as
Hours,
it's listed
like
on the report.
2 hours.
16:34 in military time.
Looking at in the upper right-hand corner of what is Exhibit S24, do you see it on the screen there? It's
About 4 or 5
also on the
hours.
screen. Looking under
Oh,
to say
okay.
at location 1635.
It does, sir.
So that
Should be
would
home by 9.
at the time that you prepared this report, well, why
Long
don't we put it this
day.
way? When did you prepare that report that's displayed on the screen there for the jury?
So this report
Yeah,
would
so,
be
yeah.
prepared following the incident. At the
Wasn't far
time,
off.
usually when we got back to the station, some of the details may have been put on paper during the call also.
So this report was prepared immediately after the incident had occurred.
That is correct.
And at the time
Yes.
that you prepared this report, you endeavor to
Yes.
ensure that the contents of the report are accurate and reflect what actually occurred.
Yes, sir.
And it's done when the matters are still fresh in your mind.
Absolutely.
So
I need to
this
message you
indicates
about
that you
this
were
bug
at
as
the
well.
location at 4:35
That you
p.m.
won on Monday.
Correct.
Military time is 16:35.
That's correct.
Oh, we miss you too.
Now,
I'm
I
sure
see
they'd be
under
hate without
medications,
you.
it indicates Paxil and Ambien. And then it says new as, I can't understand what that says. Do you know what that reads or what that says?
New as of Tuesday.
New as of Tuesday. Okay.
That's a big shock, isn't it?
And
You've
then
been missed,
under
though. You have been
allergies, it
missed,
says NKA. What does NKA stand for?
No known allergies.
In terms of the assessment and narrative, that information was derived from the defendant. Is that true?
That is correct.
Brittany, I'm still waiting for you. Tell me your email. You and me both.
And then under the narrative, that's your typing. You type that?
The last 2
The
days
type
were a
narr-
torture.
Sorry, the type narrative on the following pages. Is that what you're saying?
I'm looking at the narrative where it says just above
Request started.
000952, it says narrative, and underneath that is some typed language. Did you type that?
1 second. No.
If you're
Ryan
still
Holt
here,
typed that one.
I'm
Is that
waiting.
based upon yours and his observations at the scene?
It was.
And I'd ask you to read it yourself right now.
Judge, I think
And,
I
yeah,
object
probably
to
next
seeing
week
up
we'll
on the
just sort
screen
the
if
bug out
it's
with
not
you as well.
Mr.
see who
Wilkinson's
Actually
report.
gets it from you.
I'm not sure it should be shown to the jury and just ask questions. I mean,
Well,
he's
he
asking
needs
him to
someone's
review it
address and
himself,
stuff
but it's up on the
send it.
screen already.
Let's just take it down for now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Have you read it now, sir? Or are you still reading it?
I have.
Now, looking at the narrative, does that refresh your recollection as to your call to this scene?
It does.
And that narrative, does that narrative accurately describe or reflect your findings at arriving upon the scene?
It does, and it concurs with what I stated on the following page, which is 000950.
So it indicates you were called to the location
I saw
for a
that, I don't know why.
PNB female. Can you tell us what a PNB female is?
PNB is an abbreviation for pulseless,
We're on and don't
non-breathing.
why.
And then
Is
female
that
would be the
random?
gender. The female is the gender of the patient.
And dispatch stated there was a possible F frank. What's an F frank?
Fatality, which means somebody that they believe is not going to be able to be resuscitated.
Now, it describes that you found her lying face down in the bed. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
There was rigidity and pulling of blood in the face and left side.
That's correct.
Now tell us what you mean by rigidity. What is the technical term for this rigidity that you found?
The technical term would be rigor mortis.
So rigor mortis was present at the time of your arrival?
That is correct.
And rigor mortis is the fact that rigor mortis was present reflects what in your training as an EMT?
My training experience tells me that that patient has been down for a considerable amount of time, in excess of 30 minutes, which is beyond help and us have the ability to do a resuscitation on that patient.
When you say down, you mean dead?
That is correct, sir.
Mr. Jambo, I've been told the jury needs a break, so I think we can stop at this.
So, Rosie, was there any
Go ahead and
drinking
take 10
involved?
minutes, folks, okay?
Or were you a good girl? No, we're on break now. Was it, do you go out on your own to Germany, or was there like a few of you from work?
It's all right, thank you.
On cameras? Work, hotel, cameras?
Let's
I
retire
mean,
next.
I prefer that, though, if I'm being honest. Do everything in your own time. I'd like to get to the airport early, super early, just to like get through security, get everything done. I'm there. Some of my friends are like, "Oh, we've got half an hour. It's fine. Plenty of time to get through security." No, not for me, thank you. Not for me.
All rise for the jury. All right, we are back on the record on the Jensen matter.
You'd
The
be a nightmare
appearances
then,
are
I'd
the
hate
same. The jury is now back in the courtroom for the record.
I'm always early.
Mr. Wilkinson is still under oath. He's on the stand. Mr. Jamboys, you can continue.
Unless I know it's a small airport or
So,
something, you know.
We'd left off with you talking about rigidity and pooling of blood in the face and left side. And you were explaining what the technical or the medical term is for the rigidity that you observed. Could you tell that to the jury, please?
That'd be rigor mortis.
I mean, most of my friends are like
And,
that, so yeah, I probably would.
So the
Straight
fact
me,
that rigor mortis is
they do it on
present would
purpose. I'm
indicate
sure they
that she
do.
was
They see
unquestionably
me get
dead.
stressed.
That is
Guys,
correct.
come on. I hate
What did
it.
you do
I
upon
hate it.
observing
I'm a whole body.
the
Don't like it.
Julie Jensen's body in this fashion?
Once
So,
we observed
I'm
her
the
in
same as
that
you there.
fashion,
If you can avoid
once
it,
we
I don't
observed her in
travel.
that fashion, we then rotated her body slightly to place 3 electrodes on for our heart monitor. Those are small little round patches or stickers that we connect cables to and can look at the
And please bring the microphone as close to your mouth as you reasonably can.
Absolutely. Same here.
For one thing, the
Same
way
here.
that
I
you
used to
speak,
enjoy
it's
when I was a bit
kinda hard
younger,
to
but not
understand
anymore.
you a little bit.
Okay.
And if you speak
Not anymore.
slowly into the microphone, I think the reporter will have less difficulty understanding you. Okay.
Happy
Okay.
to be at
Thank
home.
you. So tell
So-
us about the placement of the leads.
So what we do, we move her and rotate her body slightly to place 3 leads on her body, which are small little stickers that we attach cables to that allow us to look at the electrical activity of the heart.
That's called an EKG. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Electrocardiogram.
Correct.
And when you attach the leads and you read the electrocardiogram. What did it reveal?
The electrical cardiogram revealed a rhythm called asystole, which means no electrical activity in the heart.
Which is also indicative of death.
That is correct.
And this is the manner in which you confirm that she was dead?
That is correct.
You never attempted it, you never made any resuscitative efforts?
That is correct. No attempts were made for resuscitation.
No chest compressions or anything of that sort?
No chest compressions, no attempts of doing any rescue breathing.
So after you determine,
Rescue breathing.
so after the EKG registered nothing, what did you do next?
We placed her approximately back into the position that we found her. We disconnected the cables as we did that from the electrodes, and I believe we left the electrodes in place.
Now, when you first arrived at the scene, did anybody direct you to the location of Julie Jensen? Or do you recall?
I cannot recall who brought us to her. That's been 25 years. I don't remember.
I would direct your attention to the last page of, I think that it was exhibit S24. What's the exhibit number in front of that?
Are we talking this one?
Yes, what's the exhibit number on the front page of that document?
S24.
So directing your attention to the last page of S24, I'd ask you to read that to yourself.
That's all good. Just wait for your email address for this. It's like, where's she gone?
It states that the husband brought us to the patient.
Now, have you read through that entire thing just to yourself?
Yes,
And is that your report that you prepared shortly after this incident occurred?
it is.
And at the time that you prepared this report, these matters were still fresh in your mind?
It was.
And you endeavored to ensure that it was accurate information that you placed in this report?
I did.
Now that you've read that report, does that refresh your recollection as to additional details concerning your response to this incident?
It does.
Okay. Now, when you entered the bedroom, the rear bedroom, first of all, who directed you to the rear bedroom?
The patient's husband.
And did he make any statement to you?
He stated that his wife was taking a sleeping pill and an antidepressant.
And when you entered the room, how did you find Julie Jensen?
She was lying on her left side, covered in blankets, in what we call a semi-fetal position, meaning her knees were slightly bent.
Did you notice anything else about the room when you entered?
Judge, I guess I'm wondering if the witness is testifying from his memory or testifying from the document, since it looks like he's still looking at the document.
He keeps refreshing himself. He can do that if you want to keep refreshing.
Yeah, that's fine. I just am trying to figure out if we're going to find out if he's actually testifying from the document or from his memory.
We'll find out.
Thank you.
When you entered the room, did you notice anything else about the room?
The only other thing I noticed in the room was that the phone was off the hook and making that classic sound that a phone that's off the hook makes.
Did you put the phone back on the hook again?
I did.
And after you put the phone back on the hook, what did you do next?
That's when I started doing my patient assessment. I found the pooling of the blood on the left side and found her being stiff at that time.
And did you
Stiff.
I haven't because I don't
at that
like it.
time, Did you remove the covers from her?
With what
I did to
happened, so
perform that
no.
assessment.
I've seen that you are though, but I
And
can't.
when you felt the arm, what were your
I hate
observations
broken
of the arm?
pieces.
That it was cool and dry.
And did it appear to be stiffened in rigor mortis?
It did.
can't. When it comes to kids like that, I just can't. Especially with the focus being on the kids. Horrible. And also, I haven't watched it because it's a webinar. Horrible way to view it. I can't. I don't understand how anyone could. Oh, horrible. Worst of the worst. You know. I don't know how anyone does that sort of thing. Horrible. Did you like my video last night, Rosie? Oh, you said you did, but I didn't like it. Didn't like how it came out.
Um, Mr. Wilkinson, I'm going to direct your. By the way, what's your rank now in the Pleasant Prairie Police Fire Department?
My current rank is assistant fire chief.
So, Assistant Chief
Yes, sir.
Wilkinson. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. I'm going to show you a series of photographs and see if you can identify those photographs.
Oh, thank you. I got another one coming out. I'm having a bit of a rant. I didn't like it.
Before we show them to the jury?
Let's see. I even mentioned you in it. And I mentioned
Did
it.
as to the photos, they're already marked and we talked about.
Well, I
I'm
also
not sure it's
swear
the same
about it.
photos that he showed Dr.
I don't know
Chandler.
either.
We'll change my channel.
I'm sure it's going to be the same photos.
Ordinarily, Judge, what we do is we would show a photograph, a hard copy photograph to the witness and have the person identify that photograph. This officer did not take these photographs, but I'm going to ask him whether these photographs truly and accurately depict the
Do
crimes.
what you have to do, Mr. Jamboys.
And I don't have the hard copy, so I'm going to do it on the screen.
All right.
And
Sorry, it's going slow.
it's just taking a while to load them into the computer, Your Honor, just so that the jury and everybody knows. Attorney McNeil is trying to loading them into the computer. It's going slowly.
Yeah. So, oh, right. That's what it is. He's been sentenced. Fine. Okay. I was wondering because I've seen it. I've seen it, Sal. Sorry. Yeah. I thought they were repeating the result, like, But no, it's the sentencing. Now it's clicked. So I don't know what you've got to be into with this bloody trial, man. I haven't caught the bug for it yet. I think it's also hard because it's a real trial, because we know the result. It's quite hard. I can't balance stuff. I'm trying to be sending money to Innocence Project, trying to watch it, trying to be in chat, trying to be on Rumble. Anyone Rumble? Oh, hello Rumble. A few of you there.
All right. We did not know it was going to take this long to load these into the computer. We could have done this during the jury's break, I suppose.
Take a look at it on the break. It's about sled and stuff. It's about a 30-minute video, so it's a long video. Watch it over the weekend or something. Well, I've got another video coming out because I got a bit lost in the weeds a little bit, so I'm announcing my new stance on my new channel. It'll come out tonight or tomorrow. I just recorded
Attention
it,
to the screen.
non-edit,
Oh, her
done.
specifically directing your attention to her left arm. Could you put that's how her arm was under her body like that?
That is correct. We never moved the left arm. We never moved the left arm.
Now, directing your attention here, is that the way Julie Jensen's nose looked when she was rolled back over?
I would believe so. I can't ascertain that from right now.
Well, do you see her nose is bent over like that, correct?
Correct.
And you did not move the nose into that position?
We did not.
Then go to the next page. And that depicts the bedstand with the phone on it, correct?
It's already small, but yeah,
That's how you found it,
definitely.
except that when you came in, the phone was not on the cradle,
That's correct.
and you put it back in the cradle.
I did.
You're on the state would move the photos set forth in Exhibit S25.
It's a weird one. She is guilty, isn't she? Just whether she's
That's
insane or
number
not, that's the
35, you said,
question.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm
The
25.
guilt's not questionable, is it?
And the state would also move
And then
Exhibit
she's
S24
wasn't
into
insane at all.
evidence subject to cross-examination. That is the report.
Are we done with the direct?
I'm done with I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination, who's going to do it?
I am. Thank you, Judge. Can I call you Mr. Wilkinson? Is that okay?
That is fine.
Otherwise, it's a long thing to say each time. Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilkinson, you prepared the report that's in front of you, Exhibit 24. The last page.
The last page, yes.
The last page is a summary of your observations on that day.
Correct. My observations and activities, yes.
And
Activities.
at the time of this investigation, were you a paramedic intern?
That is correct.
And over the years, you've now become deputy chief.
Assistant chief, but yes.
And as a paramedic intern, you were being taught how to be a paramedic,
Correct.
how to handle things in the field,
Correct.
how to write reports,
Correct.
what to put in reports,
Correct.
and the important things to put in reports.
Correct.
Because it's hard to put everything in there.
Absolutely.
And some of the things that they talk about is making sure that you put your observations of a patient,
Correct.
what you see,
Correct.
potentially what you smell,
Yes.
how they feel when you touch them.
Correct.
And you're also trained to write the reports as soon as you can.
Correct.
Sometimes you can't write them right after you've been at a house.
That is correct.
You might have to go to another call,
Correct.
but you do try to write them as soon as you're able.
That is correct.
And in Miss Jensen's case, you did that.
Correct.
Did you write your report the next day? Is that what you testified to, or the same day?
Same day.
And you know it's important to put information in your report because you might testify 24 years later.
At the time, I didn't believe that, but yes.
And it's important to have that report so you can kind of remember what happened
Yes.
and refresh your memory.
Yes.
It's also important to put important information because your supervisor reviews the reports.
Correct.
You know that they could be sent to the prosecution, right?
Correct.
Could be sent to the defense,
Correct.
and jurors might have a chance to review them.
Correct.
And in this case, you did put your observations of what you saw when you were at the Jensen home.
It's
That is
easy.
correct.
I want to talk to you about what happened when you first arrived. You were dispatched about 4:32 non-military time,
Yes.
and you got there about 4:35.
Correct.
You were the first one there.
I was.
And as you entered, Detective Riley
Todd.
followed after you.
I believe that is correct. Yes.
And
I think
did you
he's
enter
gonna
the
get- he's
open
guilty.
garage door?
I believe that's how we entered.
And you entered through the garage into the home.
So I'd say
Correct.
no, Rosie.
And you didn't see any children standing in the garage.
Not that I recollect.
You didn't see any children sitting in a car.
Not that I recollect.
When you entered, you observed Mr. Jensen,
Correct.
and he was standing in the kitchen.
I believe that's where he met us. Yes.
And when you saw him, he appeared to be crying.
To be honest, I don't remember the state of his emotional state at the time.
You asked him where the patient was,
Yes.
and he directed you to the back bedroom.
Correct.
You asked if he knew what was going on,
Correct.
and he advised you that his wife had taken antidepressants and sleeping pills.
That is correct.
And you found evidence of antidepressant and sleeping pills in the bedroom.
That is correct.
You testified that when you went into the bedroom, you saw that phone was off the hook.
Correct.
and you heard the annoying sound,
Yes,
and you put the phone back on the hook.
I did.
You don't know what phone Mr. Jensen used to call 911.
No, I do not.
When you and I think Detective Riley, I don't know if he was a detective then, were in the bedroom, you initially checked for signs of life.
That is correct.
And when we saw these photos up on the screen, the blankets were further up on Miss Jensen.
Correct.
So those photos don't accurately show what she looked like when you walked in.
Correct. I cannot state the exact location of those covers. It'd be at 2/3 of the way down or all the way up.
And you remember her being on her left side,
Yes.
and you said it was in the classic fetal position.
Semi-fetal, but yes.
Semi-fetal, thank you.
Yes.
At some point, you had to move the blankets
Correct.
just to check her to see if you could feel a pulse.
Correct.
And you didn't feel a pulse.
We did not.
At some point, additional paramedics came.
Correct.
So you weren't by yourself or with just Detective Riley at that point.
No, very shortly after I arrived, the ambulance arrived with the additional paramedics.
And she was rolled further onto her left side.
Correct.
And when she was rolled further onto her left side, her face was moved on the pillow.
Correct.
It would have been kind of moved a little bit off the pillow.
Correct.
When you rolled her over, you didn't see any issues with her nose that you remember.
Not that I indicated in my report, so I can't state to that.
You got your phone,
And you
Rosie,
didn't see
or
any
your
issues with her
iPad or something.
mouth.
So how the fuck you type it?
You can look at your report.
No.
There's
Don't
nothing
ask me
in
that
there about
question,
any
sit down and
concerns
leave it
about her
type.
mouth.
No.
When the other paramedics arrived, although there was, you said the rigor had been set.
Correct.
So in your experience, she had been dead for at least 30 minutes.
It's a safe assumption to say yes.
And although you knew those things, still we're going to check for a heartbeat.
Absolutely. We always confirm death, just to confirm that we don't have something unusual.
Right. So they decided to use the EKG heart monitor machine.
That is correct.
And did you place the pads on Mr. Jensen, or did another paramedic, if you remember?
Everyone to sign up and subscribe in the report.
Thank you.
Privagen, subscribe everyone, YouTube, the alternate corner.
I was one that
And
placed
we
the
got you straight
electrodes
to the
on.
Thank you.
cuts when we get back.
When we talk about placing the electrode
You get-
pads on, we're talking about 2 above her chest.
Correct. Usually right below the clavicle, kind of center midline on it.
Center midline of her upper chest,
Correct.
and then 1 lower.
Correct.
And in order to put these EKG pads on her to connect to the machine,
Yep.
you had to roll her over to her left side.
Correct.
You had to pull up her shirt.
Correct.
And as we talked about, when you rolled her over, you would have removed her head from the pillow, or her face from the pillow.
Based on the rigor mortis, it would have moved with the rest of the body. That is correct. Based on the rigor mortis, it would have moved with the rest of the body.
So based on rigor mortis, her face would have moved with the rest of her body, right?
That would be a safe.
And it's possible that
Gift that
other
everyone wants, Rosie.
appendages moved,
Yes.
like her arm.
That's cool. Yeah,
Yeah. So
one of my
yeah.
old staff, she had a camera for a dog in the house. It's
After
brilliant.
you concluded with the heart monitor that
You could fuck
there
her about
was
as well.
no rhythm, what would you call that?
Electrical activity or heart rhythm.
There was no heart rhythm. The electrodes were removed and just the pads were kept on.
Correct. The cables were removed and just the stickers, or what we call the electrodes, were left.
And then she would have been rolled back over to the position that you believed her to be in before you put the monitors on.
Correct.
It'd be fair to say you didn't take a picture of her when you walked in.
We did not.
You got as close as to the original position as you could,
Correct.
which included putting her face back in the pillow.
Correct.
It'd also be fair to say that taking photos at that point was the last thing you were thinking about.
Correct. That's a PD function that That'd be a PD function or police function that we don't worry about at the time of patient care.
You're worried about the patient
Exactly.
to see if there's any way you can help the patient.
Correct.
So you're not taking pictures before or after you move the body.
No.
And after you had done the monitoring and determined that there was no heart arrhythmia,
Rhythm.
thank you, one day, you left
Shortly after, yes.
the bedroom.
Yes.
You don't know if there was any manipulation of the body between the time you left and the time the photos were taken.
That is correct.
I think you testified a little bit about pooling of blood, or in your report you talked about pooling of blood.
Correct.
And that is something you saw on the left side of the face.
Correct.
And that's just consistent with someone being on the left side for a period of time.
Correct. It's a condition called dependent lividity. Dependent lividity, which means when the patient dies, the blood's going to pool to the location where gravity takes it. In this case, was the face and the left side, because that was which was down against the ground, or sorry, the bed.
It doesn't mean someone's bleeding.
No, it does not.
I want to talk just a little bit of the observations you had when you walked in the room. You didn't smell any urine or feces.
Not that I recollect.
You didn't see anything on the bed.
Not that I remember, no.
When you rolled Miss Jensen over, you didn't see any vomit on the pillow.
I did not.
You didn't see any blood on the pillow.
Not that I recollect.
And you observed her shirt when you put the monitors on.
Yes.
You didn't see any vomit or blood on her shirt.
Not that I recollect.
And if you had, that's something you probably would have put in your report.
I would hope I did.
I mean, those are important things when you're taking care of a patient.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He thought it was done.
Assistant Chief Wilkinson, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen again.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to.
Rosie, the last 2
This
days have been
photo
unbearable,
was
by the way.
depicted
Really
Julie
bad.
Jensen as she appeared when you found her and pulled the
was really
covers
bad.
back. Is that true?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
I'm pulling close up here. Is that one of the EKG pads?
Yes, it is, sir.
So this is a photo that was taken after you had attached the EKG pads.
Correct.
And then removed the EKG device.
Correct. Well, once we remove the cables, yes.
Put her back in the position that you found her.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you first found her and before you attached the EKG pads, you indicated you rolled her over. Do you remember? Did you use the right shoulder as depicted here?
Correct.
And the right hip as depicted here, were those the items you used or the parts of her body used to roll her over?
Correct. We pushed against her right shoulder, rotating her body to give us access to the chest.
And when you rotated her, did you rotate her all the way over onto her back or just sufficiently onto her side to attach the EKG pads?
Just to the side to attach the pads.
And then after you attached the pads and you ran the EKG, then you removed the EKG device?
Correct.
Leaving the pads in place
Correct.
and putting her back in this position.
Correct.
And that position, in your estimation, is the position that you also found her in?
Correct.
Now, because of the rigor mortis, she would tend to go back into the same position anyway, correct? Because of the rigor mortis that was present?
That is correct.
And you indicated you found rigor mortis in, let's see, let me pull this up here. You indicate in your report that you felt the arm, which was cold, appeared to be stiff and in rigor mortis. Which arm are you talking about? The right arm? Here?
At that time, it would have been the right arm that we were feeling.
So this was the arm that was stiff and in rigor mortis.
Correct.
So when you rolled her back, this arm remained in that position because this arm was in rigor mortis.
Correct.
In fact, if you'd have put that arm down straight, it would have come back up with rigor mortis. Isn't that true?
I believe that is correct.
I have nothing further on redirect.
Recross?
Yes, please. Thank you. The photo that you were just shown, you didn't take that photo.
No, one of the police officers.
Rose
did.
is caught
You
up
were
late
in the
now.
room when that photo was taken.
I was not.
So when you were asked if that's the photo of her after you took the EKG monitors on, that would have been many minutes after.
I cannot place a time on it. That's outside of my purview.
Could have been an hour after.
I can't say.
You have no idea.
Correct.
You didn't take any photos.
That is correct.
And you weren't there when any photos were taken.
Not to my recollection.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Nice one, mate.
Jerry, can you get the exhibits if they're up here?
So there's 2 videos. So I'm going to try and see.
24 and 25.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So another hour and a half on this one, and then 4 hours on the other one.
It should be with
It is the thumb drive.
Oh, it's right,
All right.
right here.
And that's probably
Judge.
We just don't want attorneys walking out with the exhibits.
Make sure. Ms. McNeil will
Okay.
be in all that.
Thank you. Who's the next witness?
Lieutenant Ratzberg. Witness number 61, Your Honor.
Thank you. Standing, raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
First name is Paul. Last name Ratzberg. That's Ratzburg.
Thank you. Go ahead. Is it going to be Mr. Jambler or Ms. McNeil?
It's going to be
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chambers. On December 3rd, 1998, how were you employed?
I was a police officer with the Village of Pleasant Prairie.
And could you move the microphone directly in front of your face, please? That microphone right there, that small microphone. Put it right up
I
your
will be
mouth,
back.
because
The coffee.
otherwise the reporter won't be able to hear you, and possibly the jury won't be able to hear you either.
Thank you.
Now, so on December 3rd, 1998, by whom were you employed?
With the Village of Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
Okay, that microphone still needs to come closer.
Wow,
There
that's
you go.
much better.
That's better.
Okay, I can hear myself, so thank you.
So in what capacity were you employed by the Pleasant Prairie Police Department on December 3rd, 1998?
A police officer.
What was your rank?
I was a lieutenant of detectives at that time. I'm sorry, sergeant of detectives.
So you were detective sergeant on December 3rd, 1998.
That is correct, yes.
And how long did you remain with the police department after December 3rd, 1998?
I retired in 2012.
And when you retired from the police department in 2012, what was your rank?
I was a lieutenant of detectives.
So Detective Lieutenant Ratzberg upon retirement? It'd be Lieutenant Detective or Detective Lieutenant?
Either way, sir.
Okay. So Detective Lieutenant Ratzberg, when did you respond to, or where did you respond on December 3rd, 1998 in the later afternoon hours?
Approximately, well, it was after 4:30 at 9020 Lakeshore Drive. I responded to the Jensen residence.
And is 9020 Lakeshore Drive located in the village of Pleasant Prairie, Kenosha County in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
And why were you dispatched to that location?
I was notified that Julie Jensen had passed on.
When you heard this news, was the name Julie Jensen already familiar to you?
Yes, it was.
And how had Julie Jensen's name become familiar to you?
Well, over the last, probably since 93 through her death in 98, I was keeping in touch with Officer Cosman, and I had personal contact with Julie Jensen a couple times. They had problems with finding pornographic pictures around the home.
And this had been going on since 92 in yours, 92 or 93, or you're not sure?
92 or 93, that would be my estimation.
Documents that have been marked as S27. And I don't want you to read it out loud. I just want you to page through it and ask you some questions about it. So what are those?
These are a copy of reports from the Pleasant Prairie Police Department starting in 1992.
What specifically is the date in the first report?
1/27/1992. It'll be
And
January 27th, 1992.
And what's the date of the last report?
The last report would be 96, 18 of 96.
So these reports go from January 27, 1992 through late December 1996.
Correct.
And those are a collection of reports from the Pleasant Prairie Police Department concerning incidents that had occurred at the Jensen residence?
Correct.
So had you responded to some of those calls?
Yes.
And Officer Ron Cosman had responded to the bulk of those calls?
Yes.
And so you were aware of this history on December 3rd, 1998, when you received this call about Julie Jensen.
Sorry, I was having a
Yes,
coffee.
I was also familiar with officers' contact with Miss Jensen earlier about some photographs that Julie took.
So on December 3rd, 1998, do you recall what time you received the phone call to go to that residence?
It was approximately 4:30 p.m.
Now, on that day, what shift did you actually work?
I worked on the day shift that day. My shift ended at 3 o'clock, and I was home, and then I was notified that Julie had passed approximately 4:30-ish.
So upon receiving that information, what did you do?
Well, I immediately called yourself. You were the district attorney here at that time, and I asked that you meet me at the area, and I gave you a brief description over the phone on some of the history that I was aware of there, including the pornographic pictures and so forth, and the communications that Julie had with Officer Cosman. And I viewed those photos. And when I met you at the scene, we recapped that information. And then I went on to speak with the staff there and Mr. Jensen.
And after speaking with those persons, did you at any time enter the bedroom and did you observe Julie Jensen's body?
I did, yes.
So how soon after you arrived did you observe Julie Jensen's body?
Very shortly afterwards, I got there, observed that. I don't believe you were on scene yet. I spoke with the officers on the scene, did a preliminary search or visual search of the area, and then I spoke with other people on the scene.
So after arriving at the scene and observing the body, at some point I arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then there was discussion about obtaining a search warrant or obtaining consent to search.
Yes, the reason I contacted you is I didn't know if I was going to be able to obtain consent to search from Mr. Jensen or the Jensen family. I contacted you in case we needed a search warrant because as soon as I heard that news, given the circumstances that I was aware of on December 3rd, I wanted to do a full death scene investigation and see what happened.
So did you obtain consent from Mark Jensen to do a full death scene investigation?
Well, I got consent to search the house and obtain any records that I wished. I spoke with Mr. Jensen, went over the forms, and obtained written consent for us to search the house. He made arrangements to leave the house that evening, and we conducted a search of the home and documented items from the home.
So you photographed it, and did you also videotape the crime scene?
Yes, we photographed most everything in the house, and then I did a video of the home before and after.
So when did you do this video? How long after you arrived at the crime scene did you do the video?
And the times are on the video along with the date. I don't recall exactly what time, but I believe the first one was probably around 7:30-ish. And then the other video, as we're closing out, was probably about 10 o'clock p.m. on December 3rd, 1998.
And you reviewed that video, and it accurately reflects the video that you took on that day?
Yes.
I'd request, what's the exhibit number on it? I would request exhibit 25, the video be displayed at this point. Taken up outside the presence of the jury.
Okay, how are we finding it? Brittany, you around? We got your hand in the dishwasher again. Rosie, you're probably on a plane, so we won't speak to you till maybe later or Monday. Sal's probably not here, so I'm not sure who is here. Rumble, thank you for being here, Rumble. Slight break, not break, but now 10 minutes for this one, and then We'll play a little bit of the other one, and then we'll break for a bit of lunch then. Dee dee dee. Yeah, yeah. Everybody. Yeah.
What the issue is.
Well, you're still talking. The record should reflect the jury is outside the court. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you, Your Honor. So I just want to make this brief record as to why I requested the court's indulgence. As I was about to play the crime scene video, Mr. Perry advised me that they had an objection to some part of the oral statements that were being made by Detective Ratzberg, Detective Sergeant Ratzberg, as he was doing the video. I'd not heard about this objection before, and what they're saying is that apparently Detective Sergeant Ratzberg, at some point in his audio portion of this video, made reference to voicemails that Julie had left for Officer Cosman, which may be true, but it's okay for non-testimonial statements, or for testimonial statements for that matter, that are subject to cross-examination, to be played to the jury. So I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know exactly what the reference is. I've watched this crime scene video. I never paid any attention to, I did pay attention, obviously, to what Detective Sergeant Ratzberg was saying, but as I'm standing here right now, I don't have any recollection of what they're referring to. It seems to me the only way to find it is to play it right now outside the presence of the jury so the court can see and hear what it is that defense counsel is objecting to.
How long is the video?
The video is 18 minutes long, and I don't know where it is in this thing.
It's in the first part.
It's not at the end of it. And the voicemails, I mean, the whole focus, right?
What we could do is, the jury just told my bailiffs, we have to use the microphones. They're having some issues. So please sit down so you could use the microphones. I appreciate you standing, but keep that in mind. The jury, again, is saying there are some having issues with hearing. Go ahead, counsel. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's fine. I mean, the focus in all the pretrial litigation, all the litigation has been on the letter, but not lost in it is that the voicemails to Officer Cosman were also deemed to be violation of the Confrontation Clause violation. And this court has made it very clear that those things aren't coming in. And I didn't realize, and what I quickly checked is whether they were playing it with audio, because there is this reference to these voicemails that has been the subject of what the Confrontation Clause violation was. And so in abundance of caution, I don't think it's at the end of the video. So I think if we watched for 10 minutes, we could find it.
So let's just be clear as to what the court's ruling was. The court's ruling was that the letter and any other things that have been deemed Confrontation Clause violations would not be coming in. So the letter itself is not coming in, and the voice and testimony from Ron Cosman about the voicemails did not come in. We edited that out. However, the court did not rule that references to testimonial statements in non-testimonial statements are inadmissible. We just excluded them out of an abundance of caution. The Supreme Court in Jensen 1 and the Wisconsin Court of Appeals in Jensen 2 have already ruled that all of the non-testimonial statements are admissible. Those include statements that Ted Voigt made concerning the letter and statements that other witnesses made about the letter. We just excluded them as an abundance of caution. That was not because the court ordered us to. You simply ordered that the letter was not coming in. And when you said the letter was not coming in, we also inferred, and I believe you intended, that the voicemails are not coming in. And they're not coming in. However, references to the letter in non-testimonial statements and references to the voicemails in non-testimonial statements are admissible. So if he references the voicemails in this video, that's not a problem. But I don't know if he starts talking about the content of the voicemails, that possibly could be. So that's what I don't know the answer to that until I play the video. So with that, Your Honor, what I propose is that we play the video now, and we get to the part that counsel is referring to, we can stop.
Oh no!
I think that's a good suggestion. I think we would have already been done. I think we would have already been done with finding it if we just started it.
Play the video?
Yeah.
Okay.
Play it once, play it twice. How many times are we going to play it?
Pleasant Prairie Police Department and Sergeant Riley of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. We are here at the Jensen home, located at 9020 First Avenue. I'm in here in the hallway, showing outside. As you can see, the security officers are there. That is Officer Pelkey, panning around. A pan of the living quarters with Sergeant Riley and Sergeant Hunter. We were called this afternoon for a death investigation. Now going down the hallway to the room. Sergeant Hunter. My phone is ringing as we're taping, and Sergeant Hunter will be answering the phone. I'm in the bedroom to scan everything. As you can see, there is a female body on the bed, which has been disturbed by the firefighters. This here is the nightstand next to it. You have to, my acrobatics here haven't been that just the camera here as I'm looking. Just wanted to focus in on some of the items that were found. And again, it's just it's one of these smaller cameras, a little hard to operate here. This is the bedroom. Also now turned on the light to give you anything more that's necessary to see. The body, which at this point we haven't seen anything unusual with it, however we have yet to examine it in any great detail. Sergeant Riley also found a diary of the deceased, which was located in this cabinet in the bedroom. Other items in around. We're now entering the bathroom. The house is rather clean, well kept, nice home. Haven't noticed anything at this point. There was some remarks about the cloth, that it was still wet, and the shower area. Feel of the cloth here by me, Paul Ratzberg, it feels damp. This one here, this feels dry, and this one also.
We'll watch it again anyway, so I'm not really listening to this. We'll watch it twice.
The window was found open, all the screen was attached. I checked it on the outside, and there was no sign of any forced entry. And we're leaving the bedroom now. Now entering the children's room, photographing, recording the condition that we found it in. Pretty much a standard child room. Now going a shot down the hallway. Well, the kitchen and the den will do. Kitchen area, there's a cabinet with a lot of prescription items in them. We will be taking all of that. Also located this here. Inside the, it was open this up, there was one that found that two were missing on this. And my apologies for the shakiness here. It's hard to do 3-4 things at once. And trying to get everything recorded here. You notice there was macaroni and cheese in the bedroom, along here with the garbage can in here. I would note that I think that macaroni and cheese might be somewhat older, maybe this morning or last night, because there is garbage on top of it, as you notice, along with an orange. The case there is the police department camera kit. Other than that, everything else has been pretty much found where we found it, or is where we found it. This is some mail addressed to Julie and Mark Jensen from the Kohl's department store. And a copy of the newspaper, which of course is today's Thursday, December 3rd. And here in the living room, we'll be going over towards the den and photographing items in there. Be turning off the light now to save on some juice here. The briefcase there that's located there right in front of me here. Sergeant Hunter found some materials which he laid out on the desk, which he'll be looking further into. As we have been going through the room here. And again, I'm just panning around. This is the den area at the Jensen home, located at 9020 First Avenue, Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. Now leaving the den and into the bathroom. The towel, semi-damp, no distinct wetness to it. Toys in the bathtub. Finishing there, we'll be going to the garage area. Some of the items here. This is the garage area, December 3rd, 1998, of the Jensen home. I did find in going through some of the vehicles and see the door is still open and what I believe to be Miss Jensen's automobile with somewhat of a resume in there. I'm not sure if it has any relevance at all. I'm assuming the white vehicle is Mark Jensen's vehicle, and I'm walking outside of the garage here to get a better look at it. Would further note that I had a conversation with Officer Cosman. Myself and Officer Cosman have communicated with Ms. Jensen in the past about some of her concerns, and he informed me that Julie told her when he last spoke with her that he keeps photos and videotapes in the garage on a shelf. I haven't been able to examine this area thoroughly yet, but I will, and if there's anything that I find, I will note. Again, the Jensen home, December 3rd, 1998, be the garage area. Be turning on the light again, just a little more. Garbage cans with the light on. Appears to be in the garbage. I haven't gone through it yet, but some type of case. Some mailings, burnt light, looks like from a garage door opener, which looks familiar. That it fits up there. A recycle bin, part to the garage door, which is obviously missing. And I'll try to focus in on that and you can see that it's missing. The vehicles, of course, is plate MY3DS. The other is on the Suburban, or appears to be a Suburban type vehicle. Yukon. It's SBM 875. I'm going to look into the garbage. I'm not sure if this has anything at this point. Again, I haven't searched through it. I've also checked the outer perimeter of the home, and I found no signs of any type of forced entry or anything like that. Now I'll be entering the basement. Just going to get this because I can't shoot and walk downstairs at the same time. Let me turn off the light again here. Looks like your standard average basement. Fuse box, microwave, and all this. I'm back here by the stairs. I'm just kind of doing a general pan with the light back on. Again, looking back upstairs and into the garage and into the home. Still in the basement. Generally photographing or videotaping the property and items. We've disturbed very little, with the exception of what I pointed out earlier. You'll see the freezer. Yeah, this light might be getting a little low, but it's over here in the basement. We need a humidifier. Turn on a light here. Pretty much items in the basement. And then focusing around here to the workbench. And just kind of a general pan of things where I just went through.
Judge, I think we can stop it.
We can stop it.
Yeah, and
For the record, we were watching the video. I think it's 17 minutes. We got all the way to 14:05, I think. Go
and
ahead.
I apologize for the delay. I think that the comments that we were thinking of were the comments made in the garage about information related to Detective Ratzberg from Officer Kosman. As we rewatch it, though, he's not talking about the contents of voicemails, and so I'd withdraw the objection. And again, that's, but truly trying to be out of an abundance of caution on this.
It's all right.
So we can call the jury back in then, Your Honor.
We can bring the jury back and we can play it. The objection's been overruled. I'll tell them that and we'll play the video.
Thank you. Can you start?
There was never an objection, but
And I had to watch it without the jury.
Police Department.
Oh shit. So Brittany,
I don't think there was an objection on the record. I just indicated that counsel had to come over and talk to me, so we need
I
to take
understand.
that.
you can ask
watched
to
it.
watch
It's
it again.
good. Jury's coming in.
Good to go. Yes.
They were just checking a video of his house to see it's all legit, so they're going to play it again now in front of the jury. The jury aren't even there. So the joys of watching it twice.
All right, for the jury.
All right, the jury. Wrong one, wrong video. Where are we at here? Well, 15 minutes left in this one, and then we'll start the other video for about an hour, and then have a
Mark
break.
Jensen, the appearances are the same. The jury is back in the courtroom. Ladies and
It all
gentlemen,
depends
thank you for
how
your
it all
patience.
ends.
It's nothing unusual. Sometimes in the middle of a trial, we have to do things, and we did it. So the good thing is we're going to have a video, and it's in the morning. So with that, let's play it.
I know, I remember that. That's not going to be like this one, but still bad enough. 17 minutes.
Is Sergeant Hunter of Pleasant Prairie Police Department and Sergeant Riley of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department. We are here at the Jensen home, located at 9020 First Avenue. I'm in here in the hallway, showing outside. As you can see, the security officers are there. And Officer Pelkey around. A pan of the living quarters with Sergeant Riley and Sergeant Hunter. We go for a death investigation. The hallway to the room. Sergeant Hunter.
So this was their house.
The phone is ringing as we're taping, and Sergeant Hunter will be answering the phone. I'm in the bedroom to scan everything. As you can see, there is a female body on the bed, which has been disturbed by the firefighters. This here is the nightstand next to it. You have to, my acrobatics here haven't been that well. I'm adjusting the camera here as I'm looking. Just wanted to focus in on some of the items that were found. And again, this is one of these smaller cameras, a little hard to...
Show it again because the jury are now seeing it. They weren't there for the other one.
This is the bedroom.
So they have to show it again for the jury.
Also now turned on the light to give you anything more that's necessary to see. The body, which at this point we haven't seen anything unusual with it, however, we have yet to examine it in any great detail. Sergeant Riley also found a diary of the deceased, which was located in this cabinet in the bedroom. Other items that are around.
So it isn't playing where we can see it.
All right, now enter the bathroom. The house is rather clean, well kept, nice home. Haven't noticed anything at this point. There was some remarks about the cloth, that it was still wet, and the shower area. Feel of the cloth here by me, Paul Ratzberg, it feels damp. This one here just feels dry, and this one also damp. The window was found open, however, screen was attached. I checked it on the outside, and there was no sign of any forced entry. I'm leaving the bedroom now.
No, they didn't.
Now
In
it's in
foul
the
play. He didn't get
children's
arrested
room,
for it for years.
photographing, recording the condition that we found it in.
He didn't get arrested for it for years.
Pretty much a standard child room. Now, going a shot down the hallway. Well, the kitchen and the den will do. Kitchen area, there's a cabinet with a lot of prescription items in them. We will be taking all of that. Also located this here. Inside the, if it was open this up, there was one that found that two were missing on this. And my apologies for the shakiness here. It's hard to do 3-4 things at once. And trying to get everything recorded here. You notice there was macaroni and cheese in the bedroom, along here with the garbage can in here.
Because you gloves, man.
I think that macaroni and cheese might be somewhat older, maybe this morning or last night, because there is garbage on top of it, as you notice, along with an orange. The case there is the police department camera kit. Other than that, everything else has been pretty much found where we found it, or where we found it. This is some mail addressed to Julie and Mark Jensen from the Kohl's department store. And a copy of the newspaper, which of course is today's Thursday, December 3rd. And here in the living room, we'll be going over towards the den and photographing items in there. Be turning off the light now to save on some juice here. The briefcase there that's located there right in front of me here. Sergeant Hunter found some materials which he laid out on the desk, which he'll be looking further into. As we have been going through the room here. And again, I'm just panning around. This is the den area at the Jensen home, located at 9020 First Avenue, Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. And now leaving the den and into the bathroom. The towel, semi-damp, no distinct wetness to it. Toys in the bathtub. Finishing there, we'll now be going to the garage area. So some of the items here. This is the garage area, December 3rd, 1998, of the Jensen home. I did find in going through some of the vehicles and see the door is still open and what I believe to be Miss Jensen's automobile. There's somewhat of a resume in there. I'm not sure if it has any relevance at all. I'm assuming the white vehicle is Mark Jensen's vehicle. And I'm walking outside of the garage here to get a better look at it. Would further note that I had conversation with Officer Cosman. Myself and Officer Cosman have communicated with Ms. Jensen in the past about some of her concerns. And he informed me that Julie told her when he last spoke with her that he keeps photos and videotapes in the garage on a shelf. I haven't been able to examine this area thoroughly yet, but I will, and if there's anything that I find, I will note. Again, the Jensen home, December 3rd, 1998, be the garage area. Be turning on the light again, just a little more. Garbage cans with the light on. Appears to be in the garbage. I haven't gone through it yet, but some type of case, some mailings, burnt light, looks like from the garage door opener, which looks familiar. That it fits up there. A recycle bin, part to the garage door, which is obviously missing. I'm going to try to focus in on that and you can see that it's missing. The vehicles, of course, is plate MY3DS. The other is on the Suburban, or appears to be a Suburban type vehicle, Yukon. It's SBM 875. Another look into the garbage. I'm not sure if this has anything at this point. Again, I haven't searched through it. I've also checked the outer perimeter of the home, and I found no signs of any type of forced entry or anything like that. Now I'll be entering the basement. I'm just going to hit this because I can't shoot and walk downstairs at the same time. I'll be turning off the light again here. Looks like your standard average basement, fuse box, microwave, and all this. I'm back here by the stairs. I'm just kind of doing a general pan with the light back on. Again, looking back upstairs and into the garage and into the home. Still in the basement, generally photographing or videotaping the property and items. We've disturbed very little, with the exception of what I pointed out earlier. This is the freezer. And this light might be getting a little low, but it's over here in the basement near the humidifier. Turn on a light here. Pretty much items in the basement. And focusing around here to the workbench. And just kind of a general pan of things where I just went through.
Old fashioned, you know, when you think of, you know, back these Target.
Kids' items there in the bag.
It annoys me it doesn't wear gloves.
Exercise machine. And again, a general pan, what we just viewed. I'll be returning back upstairs. And that'll end the tape. If anything, any relevance further, we will turn it back on. Thank you. It is now December 3rd, 7:46 p.m. 7:46 p.m. Paul Ratzberg. Thank you.
That should be the video.
It's Paul Ratzberg speaking. It is now December 3rd, 1998, 9:58 p.m. Just going to run a video camera here of the houses before we leave it. Make sure we covered everything and to make sure that everything is in order, so to speak. Again, going through the hallway here, kind of scan things. Some items we did take was a folder of Dan Jensen's that was in his briefcase. The computer, which was located underneath the table. And we just took the seat. Just scan things in here. The children's room, which we really didn't take anything from. We did go through all rooms, of course, including the basement. The master bedroom. Dan Jensen did come here, removed a change of clothes for tomorrow. He took a pair of jeans from up there. He also had a shaving kit, which was completely intact and ready to go, which he just zippered up and took with him, which was located right down there in the master bathroom area. He also took a pair of socks. Again, I'm just scanning the drawer. This is how we're leaving the household. And he took a pair of white socks, which are located right in the drawer here. Those were the items he took. Being of a suspicious mind, I thought it was kind of unusual that he had shaving kit all together in one, but so be it. Bathroom. We did pull all the drains on the sink to let you know that they're back, secure, tested, and not leaking. We also did that to the kitchen sink. Kitchen. Did take that. And in this drawer, and I'm about to show you, we did find a note, which was in evidence. Now it's top shelf. Well, also taken were a variety of Playboy magazines, which were located in the garage on the shelf. They were located right there. There's a whole stack of them. We've also been secured the whole house. Everything has been locked.
Small
This door here is bolt on to the left. Dan provided us a house key so we can keep it absolutely locked for the officers to protect it overnight. And that should end things. December 3rd, 1998, Paul Ratzberg reporting.
All right, the record should reflect the video has been completed. Go ahead, Mr. Jamboy.
We haven't already done so. The state would move to have that admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
That's number 25?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, 25 is received.
So tell the jury, what kind of a camera or device were you using to take that, to do that video?
Well, it was 1998. That was VHS back in those days. This particular smaller camera had a version of VHS and all that. And it was, frankly, it was back in 98. That was pretty unusual to videotape a death scene in that. Nowadays, that's common and a regular routine where officers use, they have body cameras, different photography technology. This was what they call analog technology in there. In fact, I believe that was my first video using that camera. It's not something we used a lot, but it was some what we today is kind of ancient technology.
So you indicated in the course of this video that you had removed the drains in the house?
Yes, we did a thorough search of the house. We dropped all the drains. We collected the bowls that you saw in the video, the macaroni and cheese and the Weedables, and there was a blue glass next to Julie's bed. We obtained all those substances, plus the drains. We dropped them. That's what an S-trap. We dropped them, and then I put them in some sterile containers.
Detective Ratzberg, could you move the microphone closer to your mouth when you're speaking?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we removed those S-traps. On one of the drains, we couldn't get the S-trap off. It was glued directly on there. The other ones, we used sterile bottles, and those are also in evidence, and I collected all of that. Plus, there was some suspect glasses that I also collected, and I sent all that to the crime lab eventually.
So why did you collect the S-traps and so forth, or the contents of the S-traps in this residence?
Well, I had information previously with Officer Cosman and the photographs he was taking. Julie was concerned that she would be that she was going to be killed or poisoned, and so I was looking at this openly. We didn't have any obvious sign on the body of any injury, so I took.
Go ahead. Detectives, so you were concerned about the possibility of poisoning. Is that the reason that you took these items?
Yes, that is correct.
So if there'd been a gunshot wound to the head, you wouldn't bother with that. But because there were no discernible injuries to the body, you wanted to rule out poisoning or some other matter, and that's why you obtained the S-traps?
Yes.
Now, you also seized the computer. Where did you find the computer?
The computer was located in the den there underneath the desk. It was a Tower CPU.
And you seized the computer?
I did.
And that was with the consent of Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
He consented to conduct the search of the residence?
Yes.
And you indicated to him you'd be taking certain items?
Yes.
And among the items you took was the computer?
Yes.
Now, there were also some other items that you took. Is that true?
Yes.
You said during the course of the video, you made reference to a daily log or something that Julie had kept.
Yes, I noted it in the video, and if you look in the bedroom, we recovered Julie's daily planner and other records and logs that she kept.
And among the items you recovered was a log that she kept of all the harassment that she'd endured over the years. Is that true?
That is true, yes.
So Julie kept a log of each and every incident.
Yes, she did.
Wow. That's quite powerful. A log of everything. Fobbing in Rumble by the plexiglass. Yeah, I know. I remember this back in January. It should be down by now. They can't stand because of the noise. They have to speak to the microphone. Otherwise, the jury don't understand them. Ridiculous.
And I'll have some questions about them. So have you looked at them?
I have, sir.
Can you identify what S28 is?
S28 is the home computer, item number A, that I sent off to that I recovered.
Well, it's actually a sheet of paper reflecting that what you did with the computer, right? Is that the chain of custody document for the computer?
Yes.
Okay, and then S29. What is S29, please?
This is also a computer, and also this is a duplicate of item A, and then it also shows the sealed hard drives that I recovered that were with the computer in a cigar box.
So directing your attention back to S28.
Yes, sir.
And that's the chain of custody item for the Dell Dimension Central Processing Unit bearing the serial number F7L26. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the top, it's dated December 17th, 1998. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the bottom, there's a receipt signature and the printed name of Brad Heller. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So this reflects that you, on December 17th, 1998, Brad Heller received the Dell Dimension Central Processing Unit bearing serial number F7L26.
Yes.
And you took it directly to him?
Yes.
So you recovered it from the crime scene, from the den at the Jensen residence. You put in evidence, you then took it out of evidence, and you transported it to Brad Heller.
Yes.
And who is Brad Heller?
Brad Heller was an analyst with the Wisconsin Crime Lab.
So this was done for the purposes of having the Wisconsin Crime Lab analyze the hard drive of that computer?
Yes.
Object to the leading. I'm going to allow that question. Go ahead, answer it.
Well, what was the purpose of transporting the hard drive or the computer central processing unit to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
To get an analysis of it.
By the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes.
So directing your attention to S29.
Yes.
You've got it there in front of you?
I do.
And that reflects that on August, well, that also pertains to case M98-2628, which is the crime lab's number for this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it indicates that on August 1st, 2000, certain items were submitted. And what was item B of the items that were submitted?
Item B was some hard drives that I recovered that were with that computer underneath the desk in the Jensen home.
They were hard drives or they were zip disks?
Zip disk. I misspoke. I'm sorry.
So there were 5 zip disks that were sent to the crime lab on August 1st, 2000.
Yes.
And who received them?
Brad Haller.
Now, I'm going to Can you tell the jury where you recovered those 5 zip drives that were sent, that you took to the state crime lab on August 1st, 2000?
They were on top of the computer in the Jensen home, on top of his CPU underneath the desk there.
And were they contained inside of any item or any box?
Yes, they were contained in a cigar box type thing, and then the zip drives were inside that cigar box.
They show this bag is a plastic bag contained designated states exhibit S32, and inside is a box that had the original designation S248. Can you tell the jury what these items are?
These items here, and I could feel that the zip drives are inside of it. This is the cigar box that I recovered underneath the desk, and this is item now S36. And you can see where I secured it to make sure we have proper chain of custody with an evidence seal.
So could you take the box out of the plastic bag, please? And what's the item number on the box? What's the exhibit number?
This is S32.
Okay. Now opening S32, what's inside of S32?
There's some nails and a small calculator, and then these zip drives.
And those are the 5 zip drives that are set forth in the exhibit that are reflected in S29, the 5 zip drives that you took to the state crime lab on August 1st, 2000?
Yes.
I request those items be received into evidence, Your Honor. Exhibits 29, 28, and 36. 32. He said 32 is the bag and 36, I think, is the...
So give the numbers again for the record.
S28 and S29, Your Honor, the chain of custody. S32, which is the bag containing the box that has the original exhibit number of S248 on it, and contains 5 zip drives that don't have an exhibit number on them.
So that's 32.
So it's S32.
X32. All right. They'll be received.
S32.
32, 28, and 29. Okay. I'll use my microphone out, I promise.
Now, in addition to those, now you'd also made reference to finding a daily planner, Julie Jensen's daily planner.
Yes.
I show this item that's been marked as S33, and I'm going to ask you if you can identify that.
S33 is an item that we recovered in the Jensen home, and it's on the front of it is JCJ, and this is some of the paperwork and the planner of Julie Jensen.
And where was that recovered from in the residence? Was
In the
that
bed.
in the bedroom?
Yes, in the desk in the bedroom.
So it wasn't in the den, it was in the bedroom.
Yes.
direct your attention to this item that's been marked as S34. Can you identify that, sir?
Yes, I can. S34 is the other paperwork and logs of Julie Jensen that were located in the dresser in the bedroom.
Could you take that out of the bag, please? Now, as you open that up, you can see that is a log that Julie Jensen kept.
Yes. Yes.
Directing your attention to the beginning of that log, what's the earliest date that's reflected in the first date in that log?
3/21 of 1996.
Okay.
One hour left.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to what's designated as page. Direct your attention to what's designated in the upper right-hand corner as page 33 of that exhibit.
Yes.
There's an entitled, and Julie wrote something at the top there about what that is. What does she indicate that is?
Partial review of past.
And what's the first date listed underneath that?
1/19 of 1992.
And what does it say after 1/19/1992?
Tupperware delivery moved between 1:30, 1/1992. Tupperware delivery moved between 1:30 and 4 p.m.
And it goes on down to the bottom of the page. And then at some point, as you page through there, and you get to the second, I think it's the second or third of the last page of the log, do you see an entry where at the top of the page, she indicates adjacent to the date 1/19/98, new tactic? Do you see that?
Do you have a page number, sir?
Well, just keep paging until you run out of the log, and then look for 1/19/98.
Yes, I do.
What page is it?
That is page 46.
And tell us what follows the designation 1/19/98.
1/1998 underlined new tactics. Live on the internet. Calls to Mark office asking if he's watching it and when to time in, and then dots.
I'm going to direct your attention to the screen.
We don't see most of these things, so. Oh, here we go. Now, we can't fucking make that out, can we? Fall asleep here.
So this reference is up here. Now is it working? Okay, no. Directing your attention to the top of the page, that's for the new tactic live on internet.
Yes.
Calls to Mark's office. And then proceed down to April 13th, 1998. It indicates email, ...
Yes.
And then also on April 30th, there's another reference to an email that was received.
Yes.
Now,
I can't read that bloody writing.
And this log was found where?
At the Jensen home in the master bedroom in a chest in the bedroom.
What's the last entry listed on that exhibit?
8/17 of 1998.
Now, in addition to the videotape
Who's
that was
left
taken
it?
of the scene,
YouTube, who's
also,
here?
there were also photos taken. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you take the photos, or did somebody else take
Pringle,
the
say
photos?
hello.
I took some of them, and then some of the other officers took some.
I'm going to direct your attention to the screen again. And does that photograph accurately depict Julie Jensen in the bed?
Yes, that's Julie Jensen on December 3rd, 1998.
And is that pretty much the condition she was in when you found her, or is there was the cover pulled back, or was it like that when you first found her?
We generally first found her that way. There was intervention by the fire department.
So when you
Is there an exhibit on this photo?
S25. There were, I think, 6 photos in S25. So this would be the first photo in S25. Now,
Come
now,
on.
let's proceed to the next photograph. So this is the second photograph
When he took it.
So that photo accurately portrays Julie as she appeared to you when the covers were pulled back from her.
Yes.
And that's exactly how her arm was located.
Yes.
Now, the day after this, on the day after December 3rd, on December 4th, did you attend the autopsy for Julie Jensen?
I did.
By that time, had these photographs been developed?
No, sir.
So you didn't take the photographs with you?
Yes.
And the pathologist in that case was Dr.
Like
Shambliss,
study,
is that
eh?
correct?
That is correct.
And Dr. Shambliss did not come to that crime scene, did he?
No, he didn't.
So Dr. Shambliss, at the time he conducted the autopsy, had not seen this photograph?
That is correct.
Let's go to the next one. Now, can you tell the jury what this photograph depicts?
This is myself. I was concerned at the crime scene. A couple of things that kind of caught my eye. One being I'm not a pathologist or anything, but I was concerned about any petechia in her eye. And you can see on there, I'm trying to pull back her eyelids so that we could accurately get a photograph of any redness and petechia in her eye. I was also concerned in what was called to my attention is her nose. You can see it's evident when you look over the body and all that her nose is crooked here. I haven't seen that before. I don't know if it was any relevance at the time. However, I wanted to make sure I documented the redness in her eye and curvature of her nose.
And her face, also her mouth seems a little bit off.
Yes, it does.
And
Yes.
that's exactly how you found her, and that's what she looked like when you rolled her back from the pillow?
Yes.
Go to the next one. And tell us what this photograph depicts.
That's a photograph of, I went through all the garbage in the home. There happens to be the bedroom and the garbage there. I took those items, those bowls and the substance in the blue cup and in the pink bowl all to the crime lab. I wanted to document that so that we could have an analysis of it.
Now, and tell us what this photograph is.
This photograph is in the Jensen kitchen. There's packages of Paxil. There was some Paxil missing out of the prescription. And the reason for that photograph was to pretty much document the medications and prescriptions that were on the scene.
So that photograph depicts that counter as it was when you were taking the photographs. You didn't move any of those items?
That is correct.
And this is simply another shot of the same counter?
Yes.
Now, what does this photograph depict?
This photograph here is of the Jensen den. Underneath that desk was where the CPU was. And then in that briefcase there is Mark Jensen's daily planner that we recovered inside of his briefcase. And I also obtained that.
And what does this photograph depict?
This is the opposite side of the den where the desk was. Just pretty much overall shot of the house. So you notice that I didn't know what I was exactly looking for. So I took a lot of photographs and video.
Can you tell the jury why it was that you made it a point of taking photographs of these items and examining the medication that Julie was taking?
Well, there was given the information that I know previously before I got to the scene, I was concerned that there was any poisoning or possibly an overdose.
Objection?
I'm sorry.
In terms of objection to the hearsay.
Sustain, why don't you rephrase the question?
Without referencing what anybody else told you, I mean, what was your purpose in examining the medication? Well, first of all, did Mark Jensen talk to you about medication?
He did.
And Mark Jensen told you that Julie was taking medication?
Yes.
So based upon the information that Mark Jensen told you, that was one of the reasons you were looking at medication?
Yes.
But you were also looking for poisoning items?
Yes.
Which is why you took the drains and everything
Yes.
else. Now, one of the items you looked at was the Ambien, is that correct?
Yes.
And there were supposed to be 10 pills?
Yes.
And there were 3 that were missing?
Yes.
When you obtained this medication, or when you observed this medication, did you seize the medication, or was it the medical examiner's office that seized the medication, or do you recall?
I recall that the medical examiner took the Ambien, and I believe I collected the Paxil.
And at the scene, and then when you got the Ambien back from the medical examiner, you confirmed that there were 3 Ambien that were taken.
Correct.
And there were 7 Ambien that were left.
Yes.
Now, after the autopsy in this matter, did you ultimately get an autopsy report?
Yes.
And when you got the autopsy report, it indicated the cause and manner of death were pending or undetermined. Is that true?
Yes.
So within a matter of several weeks after this incident, you had additional information, but you still didn't have a firm notion as to what was the cause and manner of death in this case.
Correct.
You were still investigating it.
Yes.
At some point, you did get a report back from the state crime lab concerning the contents of the computer. Is that true?
Yes.
And there were references to poisoning searches and things of that sort.
There were.
Your Honor, we're talking about the content of the computer, and we're just laying the groundwork for what the officer did next. The computer content is coming in through Jason Ruff.
Well, we'll let you ask him what he did next, so go ahead.
So based upon the information that you got from the state crime lab concerning the content of the computer, what was the next thing that you did?
I interviewed Mark Jensen at some point.
When did you interview Mark Jensen?
I'm sorry, when?
When did you interview Mark Jensen?
April 21st, 1999.
And that interview was recorded?
Yes.
Video and audio recorded?
Yes.
Now, at some point, there was a problem with one of the tapes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you went back and you re-recorded that portion.
Yes, I guess a better statement would be is, yeah, we recapped it or re-recorded, yes.
But the entire, other than that one lapse, the entire recording, the entire interview was video and audio recorded, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's going to take some time to go through, and I see it's 10 minutes to 12. What I'd propose is that we break for lunch now and then come back. And I know that you didn't want to play videos to the jury in the afternoon. I'm going to beg your and the court and the jury's indulgence, because we are going to have about 45 minutes or so of interview segments we're going to be playing to the jury this afternoon.
We'll let you play a 45-minute video. 1:15, folks.
Okay. Right. There's that. So the next video, oh, do you know what? I'm getting hungry now. So I think I'm gonna break it off here. Go for lunch. See where we're at. Hang on.
All right, we're holding the jury. You can take the defendant back. 1:15. We're in recess. Thank you.
So this one is back. This one is 4:10. Where does it start? Oh, let's start there then. Let's see. One oh. Stop it there. And that you can see there's about 3 hours left then for the day. I think we leave it at that. So it's now 10 past. I'm so starving. I got to cook everything from scratch. So what I propose is we get back in about 50 minutes. So I'll put that on the burner now. Where's the burner? I'm falling asleep here as well. So that's there, 0. 2 o'clock Eastern. Uh, 1 o'clock Central. 11 o'clock Pacific. W. What there? Save. Then I'll put that on. There we are. So you can all see. We'll be back in about 50 minutes. So I'll see you all then. I'll probably be back before then. We'll play it actually bang on. Oh shit, no, wrong frigging banner. We'll play it bang on 7 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock. That's right. And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it is right. Right, I'll see you in a bit. Cheers. Okay, 1 more minute and I'll start it. Boom, boom, boom. Hope you all had a nice break. I am full now, which means I might sleep. Oh, right. Who do we have about here? I'll just start this. Right. I started there. By the time it reaches 7, we'll be live. This is about essentially about 3 more hours today. So by 10 o'clock, we'll be finished. Oh, 10 o'clock UK time, 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central, 2 o'clock Pacific. Why is this not starting yet? Here we go. Buckle in. Should be starting any second now. The jury on the way in, so no point skipping any more forward. Come on. I hate the waiting game, but I know if I skip forward and miss something, I should be starting like literally less than 30 seconds. Judge looking for my channel.
On the record on Mark Jensen,
Here we go.
2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. The record should reflect the jury is not in the courtroom. With that, which attorney wishes to put something on the record?
That would be me, Your Honor. I will indicate that defense counsel Jeremy Perry and I have been discussing the interview transcript, and the state has told defense counsel which portions of the interview we intend to play, and we've got the transcripts of those intervals also. Now, it's my understanding that defense counsel Jeremy Perry intends to cross-examine Paul Ratzberg about things that were not within those transcript clips. In other words, he wants to cross-examine Detective and Lieutenant Ratzberg about statements that Lieutenant Ratzberg made elsewhere in the interview. And the state's objection is that it's hearsay. And the defense argument is that it becomes relevant because their position is that Aaron Dillard had an opportunity to read this entire transcript. And so therefore, Aaron Dillard's statement about what Mark Jensen allegedly told him was informed not by what Mark Jensen told him, but by what Aaron Dillard read in the transcript of the interview. So it's sort of a conditional relevance. The condition precedent is that they need to establish or show that Aaron Dillard read this interview transcript. So I don't have a problem with them being able to cross-examine Detective Ratzberg eventually about the statements that are contained in the interview transcript, assuming they meet that condition precedent. But however, I don't think they can meet that condition precedent. I don't think they will be able to meet that condition precedent. So I don't think they should be allowed to cross-examine Detective Ratzberg about his statements in the interview until they've established that conditional precedent to wit that Aaron Dillard had read or had an opportunity to read this transcript.
What exactly does the defense want to cross this lieutenant about that is objectionable by the state?
It's nothing. I'll be very specific. It's nothing new. This all came in 2008, and the last thing that Mr. Jamboys just said is that, to show that Aaron Dillard had an opportunity to view this transcript, and we're going to establish in this trial that that there was a transcript. Obviously, there was a transcript of this interview prepared. It's going to come up in mere moments. That transcript was sent to Mark Jensen 4 days before Aaron Dillard got to the Kenosha jail. And what I'm going to be asking this declarant about are statements that he made in it. I'm not going to be asking for Mark Jensen's responses. And it's precisely the information that Aaron Dillard then parrots in terms of claiming that Mark Jensen told him. Now, the state in its opening statement said the only way Aaron Dillard could do that is if he heard it from the mouth of Mark Jensen. And we have to have an opportunity to show that there's another way for that statement to have come into Aaron Dillard's possession, and this is that direct way.
But you're not going to ask this witness that this is what Aaron Dillard said. Yeah.
I'm not going to ask him what Aaron Dillard said. I'm going to ask him a handful of statements that he made to Mark Jensen in the interrogation. I'm not going to ask for Mark Jensen's responses. That's it.
I think he can ask what he said.
Here's the problem, Your Honor. First of all, I certainly agree that he can cross-examine Paul Ratzberg, and cross-examination in the state of Wisconsin is wide open. He's not restricted to what I ask about on direct. However, in order for him to cross-examine, he's got to cross-examine him on a relevant proposition. It's got to be something that's relevant. The fact that Detective Ratzberg, for example, at some point was talking about asphyxiation, which I think he was in the course of this interview, that's not relevant unless they can show this relevant. And their argument for relevance is that Aaron Dillard saw that or read that, but they can't show that Aaron Dillard read that or saw that. And it is true this came out in the last trial, but I've had an opportunity to read the entire transcript of the last trial, and there was simply no evidence that Aaron Dillard ever saw this interview transcript. None. So in order for it to become relevant, they'd have to ask the jury to speculate that Aaron Dillard read this portion or read this interview transcript. There's simply no evidence in the record of the last trial that Aaron Dillard ever saw this. And Aaron Dillard will categorically deny that he saw this. Now, I acknowledge Aaron Dillard. They're going to challenge his credibility, and rightfully so. There's a lot of questions about his credibility. But he's denied that he ever saw it, and they don't have any evidence that he ever did. Now, if they want to put Mark Jensen on the stand, Mark Jensen can testify that, yeah, I showed this to Aaron Dillard. Then they'd have some evidence that Aaron Dillard read this. But right now, and at the last trial, they never presented evidence that Aaron Dillard ever read this transcript. So my objection is that the cross-examination on what the detective said elsewhere in the interview is not relevant.
Well, one thing I want to be clear, the defendant does not have to testify. We're not going to get into that. He has an absolute right not to testify.
Oh, I agree. And I certainly didn't. That's why I certainly wasn't going to say this in front of the jury. I'm just saying that the only evidence that they could present that would show that Aaron Dillard actually read this transcript is if it was Mark Jensen, because there were only two people in the cell at the time that when Aaron Diller was reading the stuff, Aaron Diller will testify as to what he was reading, and he'll testify he was reading the transcript of Ed Klug's testimony from the forfeiture hearing.
Well, let me ask this question. You said, I thought you were going to play the whole interview.
No, that would be over 4 hours.
All right. So you're going to play 45 minutes of it?
Yes,
right?
we're just going to play. There's a variety of sections of it that we're going to play.
So I'll go back to the defense. Exactly what are you going to ask this lieutenant? Is it about statements he made outside of the interview?
No, outside of the 45 minutes that are going to be played, but part of the interview. I mean, I'll just tell you, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5 statements that he made.
Give me the 5 statements as an offer of proof.
Okay.
By the way, Your Honor, for the record, the state will stipulate that he made those statements. We've got them on video. And
I think they still have the right, even if you stipulate, they still have the right to ask the question.
They don't have the right to ask the question unless it's relevant, and they've got to show its relevance.
I'd say this. The state made this relevant in their opening statement by saying that Aaron Dillard, there's no other place he could have gotten this information. And we will show, and we'll have to show, otherwise we won't have an argument, closing argument on this. We'll have to show that Aaron Dillard had an opportunity to get this information from someone other than Mark Jensen.
I'm gonna let it in, just to be safe. I've been tough on the defense for relevance, and I think the last time I said it goes to the weight, and if it's 5 questions, what this witness said in the interview, I think it's an appropriate area to get into. So let's bring the jury back, and we will continue.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, we're back on the record again on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. Jury's back in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back on time. Again, we had a short delay. We had to do some work here. We were actually working, so I want you to know that. So the witness is still under oath, and I believe, Mr. Jambo, you're going to play a video.
Well, I will very shortly, but there are some additional questions.
All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead, ask your other question.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to address you as by your title upon retirement, Detective Lieutenant Ratzberg. Sometime after the autopsy, you did get information back from the state crime lab concerning the contents of the computer that you'd seized from Mark Jensen's residence. Is that true?
Yes.
And so there was some of the information that was on there related to email communications between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte.
Yes.
And what kind of inference or what kind of suspicions developed in your mind after reading those emails?
Well, they seem to be having a romantic affair and seem to have a personal relationship.
And in a case where one spouse is suspected of murdering the other, the fact that the suspect's spouse has a girlfriend prior to and at the time of the homicide, that's relevant information.
It can be very suspicious.
So did you at some point decide then to go talk to Mark Jensen about this information?
Yes,
Now, when you went to talk to Mark Jensen, you didn't initially tell him all this additional information that you had, did you?
I did not.
And that's a common thing when you're going to interview a person who's suspected of a crime.
Yes,
You want to have more information in your mind than they think that you have.
yes.
And furthermore, just to explain this to the jury, can you tell us about some of the kind of techniques that a law enforcement officer may use, or techniques that you did employ in this interview with Mark Jensen?
Well, when I interviewed Mark Jensen, I did a couple of things. One, I was expecting him to lie to me because he was denying any of the pornographic photos being left around the house. In fact, I did chit chat with him about it, and he had that. So after 5 years of telling the police department that no, he knew nothing about it, and then to come in that day and say, yes, I did it, I didn't find that to be obvious that that'll happen. So some of the decisions I made, one was to play good cop, bad cop, and I also lied to him during the interview. I told him certain things, and one in particular was information that came back from the crime lab. And that's commonly done and is part of our training in law enforcement, that we can lie to suspects trying to get the truth and what it is. And sometimes we play good cop, bad cop. And all that is designed to have the suspect or the person you're interviewing or questioning to tell the truth.
Now, at some point, for example, in this interview, you had confronted Mark Jensen, and you told him that you'd sent some of these photographs that had been left around the residence in the years preceding Julie's death, that you had sent that to the state crime lab, and they compared handwriting on that to his handwriting, and they'd concluded it was a match. You told him that, correct?
Yes, I did.
But that's false. I mean, the state crime lab had never done such an analysis, had they?
That is true. No, they did not.
So you lied to you lied to Mark Jensen about these the handwriting, these photographs, in order to elicit information from Mark Jensen.
Yes, I did.
So I'm going to play some of these interview clips now to you and ask you. I'm going to play a clip and then I'm going to ask you about it. Okay?
Thank you.
Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil is going to play it. She hits it off her computer. This is State's Exhibit 26, Your Honor, the first clip. Thank you.
I do notice some of these on here, they'll have your name on it. Emails. Okay. From, I don't hear you probably saw it when you come through here. He's here. Yeah. Sorry, do you have these? 10 or 12, 98, okay. Which is about a month before. Who's Kelly? I'll let you email her, I'm assuming. Yes. Who's Kelly?
I think this was stuff off of. Well, it was actually at people. Who? This is all work stuff that I was accessing.
Oh. Well, I guess Peter Foley has that.
That was, actually, she is my boss's secretary.
Mm-hmm. Also, she is in Racine now.
No, she is in St. Louis.
Is she a friend of yours?
Yeah.
You know her?
Well, since I've done that, I'm sure she's my class.
And that's what, you know, this is all work related here. I didn't see work related much, to be honest with you. I just, can you think of a couple different, I'm trying to find some more here. So, here's some here. You know, like here's the Kelly, and this is back September 4th. Don't want to work, I just want to beat on my drums all day. What's that mean? You got a lot of drums? No. Okay.
Just like, you know, the marketing weird and stuff like that.
Okay, but these are emails that you sent to her, or she sent to you, not from Julie, or anything like that. These are actual.
Right.
Okay, because when we were talking earlier, you said you didn't notice anything here, and maybe you skimmed over these here. Here's some other ones here. This is back September 4th, and it was all again like that. Those are all emails that you guys can confer back and forth on.
Yeah.
This one here is a repeat on it.
I think it's slow, you know, just get a ton of emails. Get them all over the company.
You know, how did this end up on your home computer? I guess that's where you're losing me. I don't understand.
That's probably one night access to that because.
You could have called up from your computer, you could have called up to Racine and then downloaded this to your computer.
It was actually out of St. Louis. You could get email out there. They said they changed the system and you can't get in there anymore. There was some time when I could. I thought about the afternoon. Yes. You need to check your email or something like that. You need to do that from home.
Okay.
And that was, you know, they shut down that part of the system. They had problems with it.
Okay. So actually you were at home then, like let's say here on, I can't see that, but you got September 4th, 1998 at 1:26 p.m. You were home and then you called up this work with me here, and these were the messages that you guys exchanged.
Yeah, it would have been something from, how did the email work? You email somebody and they email back and kind of you get like this long thing going. You respond to them.
There's one here, if I'm here on Friday, September 4th. Don't want to work, I just want to beat on my drums all day. Hope it doesn't come to that. I'm going to have to go home and try to fix my high maintenance woman. This is a message from you to Kelly. If I stopped and got Titanic on the way home, wonder if I could get her to sit next to me on the couch. Low expectations. Was it Kelly a girlfriend of yours or?
No, just a friend. She was, what's that like?
Okay.
So bad quality.
There was a transcript made of that recording. Is that true?
Yes.
And you've compared the transcript to the original?
Yes.
And the transcript is a true and accurate rendition of what was said?
Yes.
And I have to say the sound quality on that was not the best. The sound quality, apparently not the sound quality here either, but the sound quality there was not the best, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at the screen. Now, is that big enough for you to see that? Or I suppose I could make it a little bit bigger here. Let's see. Can I move this over somehow? From where you're at?
Yes, I can.
So the first question is, you're talking about these emails that you found on the from the state crime lab sent back to you, correct?
Yes.
These are on Mark Jensen's home computer.
Yes.
And You're getting this issue about whether or not Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte are having a sexual relationship at around the time of Julie's death, correct?
Yes.
So you posed the question. I do notice some of these on here, though, have your name on it, emails. Answer, okay. That's what you asked him, and that's what he said?
Yes.
And then you asked from, let me find one here. You probably saw it when you thumbed through here. Answer, yeah. Question, these here, is there a date on these? 10/12. Question, 12/98, okay. Which is about a month before, yeah. Who's Kelly? That's you emailing her, I'm assuming. Answer, yeah. Question, who's Kelly? Actually, I think this was stuff off of, it was actually at Stifle. So instead of telling you who's Kelly, he's redirecting and talking about, I think this was stuff at Stifle, correct?
Yes.
And then you ask who, and answer is, this was all work stuff that I was accessing. And you reply, oh, you're over my head here, and laughter. And then he finally answers the question. Actually, she is my boss's secretary, correct?
Yes.
And you ask, oh, so she's in Racine now? Answer, no, she's in St. Louis. Okay. Is she a friend of yours? Answer, yes. Question, you've known her? Answer, well, since I've been there, and she is my boss's assistant. So again, he's trying to make it sound as though this is just work-related. Kelly Labonte, I mean, yeah, just a...
Judge, I do object to the state's characterization of just interpreting these things instead of just asking the question.
Why don't you rephrase it and ask questions, Mr. Jim?
So your purpose at that time was to ask him about his relationship with Kelly Labonte, correct?
Yes.
And he's just telling you all kinds of things about Kelly Labonte, except that she's his girlfriend. Right?
Yes.
So you ask a question. Now, and I guess this is all work-related here. It didn't seem work-related, Mark, to be honest with you. Can you think of a couple of different, I'm trying to find some more here. So here's some here. Here's Kelly, and that's September 4th. Question, I don't want to work. I just want to beat on my drums all day. Answer, beat on my drums all day. Question, what does that mean? You got a set of drums? Answer, that's an old song. No, it's an old song. Q, okay. Answer, just about, the market being weird and stuff like that. Question, okay, but these are emails that you sent to her or she sent to you, not from Julie or anything like that. These are actual, answer, right. Because when we were talking earlier, you said you didn't notice anything here, and maybe you just skimmed over these here. Here's some other ones here. This is back September 4th. And all again like that. Those are all emails that you guys conferred back and forth on. Answer, yeah. Question so like this one here is a repeat on it. There was one there. Answer, when things get slow, we just get a ton of emails. Okay. How did this? Answer, they're from all over the country. Question, how did this end up on your home computer? I guess that's where you're losing me. I don't understand. Answer, I probably one night accessed that because, question, you could have called this up from your computer, or you would have called up to Racine and downloaded this to your computer? Answer, it was actually out of St. Louis. You could get email out there. They suddenly changed the system and you can't get in there anymore. But there was a time when I could, if I was out in the afternoon and if you needed to check your email or something like that, you could do that from home. Answer, okay. Answer, and that was, they shut down that part of the system because you were having problems with it. Question, okay, so actually you were at home then. Like, let's say here I can't see that far, but you got September 4th, 1998 at 1:26 p.m. You were at home and then you called up this stuff, work with me here. These were the messages that you guys exchanged? Answer, yeah, it would have been something from, how does email work? When you email somebody and then they email back, it kind of keeps it and you get like this long thing going and then response to that. And question, this one here on Friday, September 14th, don't want to work. I just want to beat on my drums all day. Hope it doesn't come to that. I'm going to have to go home and try to fix my high maintenance woman. This is a message from you to Kelly. Answer, If I stopped and got Titanic on the way home, wonder if I could get her to sit next to me on the couch. Low expectations. Answer, Was Kelly a girlfriend of yours? Or answer, no, just a friend. So on April 21st, 1999, when you raised this issue about Kelly Labonte, Mark Jensen told you she was just a friend.
Correct.
I'm going to play the second clip.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that maybe this Kelly Labonte was, Julie had an affair before, and I thought maybe you two would be having an affair here with Kelly. Or maybe you're seeing her now? Kelly now?
No, not yet. Okay. I mean, not yet.
So she's your girlfriend now, or at least somebody you're dating?
Friend,
A fair statement of dating, or what do
I
you
guess you would call it maybe a date, dating, but not. She's a friend hanging around together.
Well, when you say friend, was she a friend like that? She's a friend now, somebody that you date right now, right?
No, I wouldn't exact that though. Okay. No, I mean, that was nice. And you could say to me, no, I understand where you're going. No, at that point in time.
So before you went down, you didn't have any type of, you had limited contact with her.
Right.
Now since her death, what's transpired?
Went down to St. Louis a couple times, saw her. She came up a couple times.
You guys are dating or seeing each other? There's one.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but not before you.
No, I mean, the times we got to see her would be this business functions when I was around St. Louis for a meeting, like in November.
Did you call Julie from St. Louis the one time you were telling me? And that you couldn't get a hold of her or something like that?
This is how all this opens up with other people because they see someone out of the meeting trying to get Julie. And you wait for the meeting the next morning, it goes up that night. On the phone, and you start talking to people about it, and you move to the capital last night. It's for friends in the office and things like that.
So you knew Kelly beforehand, and since Julie's death, you guys have dated and gone out. That's a fair statement?
Yeah, I guess fair statement, maybe, well, if I could get a chance to maybe 10 or 15 days or something. Maybe sometime you guys will start dating. Because you're going going out, it's more just hang around and get to there.
So you're trying to, I guess, I'm just trying to mark on the kids' nail on the head here. What type of, you guys are dating as a man and a woman would, maybe kissing or having sex? I don't want to probably be heavy here, but are you having to that extent, or is it just, hey, we're stopping at a bar and having a drink?
Or stopping at the bar.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
That's a big question.
so you guys aren't necessarily lovers, but, and I'll be honest with you, I find that a little hard to believe. If you go stay overnight in St. Louis with her and you're dating her, I'm assuming she's single, I don't know. I'm assuming that or divorced or something like that. It would be hard to believe if you've seen her as often as you said you were, that there isn't something a little bit more.
Okay.
You're sleeping together, I think that would be a reasonable assumption. I would be, I'll be honest, and I don't know, maybe you are, or maybe you're not.
Okay, I'll be perfectly honest with you.
Okay.
Prior to everything, prior to January, we had none of good friends. Good friends, I mean, more of an acquaintance, and maybe saw her 3 or 4 times. During that period of time, we were friends during last year.
You mean 98?
98,
Okay.
And went down there in April, office opened in June, Jensen opened somewhere in October, but every couple months. More than it was mostly on the phone when I was talking to.
Before December.
Right, exactly.
You met with her 3 times?
I had to see her 3 times at the office open, but we were never alone because there was always business situations.
After Julie, that's
Some
trying to do more of a serious relationship. Would that be a fair statement?
I guess so. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to do is quantify serious.
Yeah.
I'm 40, got 2 kids. She's like 31.
No kids?
No kids. I think I'm done. Where she going? I don't know. Yeah.
But your relationship is a lot more serious than it was before December.
Exactly.
And I would assume that you're spending the night down there with her, and she's coming up here and spending the night with you here in Kenosha or Pleasant Prairie, whatever. So you have an emotional, if not a sexual, you have a sexual relationship with her.
Yes.
That would be a fair statement.
Yeah.
Or true statement, I should say.
We had a lot there since then. Okay. But there was nothing like that
Prior. How long did you know her before?
April.
Is that when you moved, switch companies?
Correct. Exactly. And again, I mean, the one that stands out here because it's on here is Kelly, but there were others too. Not others who had pointed. But other girls, he had emails and banners like that because
I didn't see any other ones there. I don't know when I see here, but Kelly.
Okay.
Are there some other ones that you communicated with?
It'd be like going Cooper or Crystal Man. I mean, yeah, but they're all.
But they're not.
Yeah, you get a little.
So obviously you and Kelly had a little bit more back here than the other women that you communicated with, because I don't see any of them on here. No, this one here is, feel free. 10/12/98. I don't see, I looked through all the computers, and Kelly's the only ones that you downloaded here.
Okay.
I don't see the other girls that you mentioned. Who were they again?
Crystal Man and Dawn Cooper.
Okay. I haven't, again, we're more than free to look here.
Okay.
But I haven't, because I've been through this at least once, and those were no ones that I saw.
It'd be the same kind of stuff, and they'd just be, there's nothing, it didn't reference specific work issues with the office.
And these weren't work issues here.
Right.
These were more kind of,
A little banter going back and forth.
right, some trivia, as you have it marked here, trivia questions and all that stuff that comes back on here.
Yeah, that's the company emails, exactly. You get these little emails, just are fun.
And this is more social than it is.
Exactly.
That's
all it is. You get
professional
from person to person, with jokes of the day and things like that, and they get tapped around or something. And
one thing too I wanted to cover, and I forgot to mention it too before, was when I went, these are all the reports that I, since 92, and I noticed in Julie's diary here too, she was keeping notes on what was going on. Right, and all that stuff. And Officer Cosman primarily investigated this. I investigated it probably about 2 years ago, where I made contact with Perry. And because Julie was consistently complaining. And we eliminated Perry completely as doing any of that stuff at your home. What also Officer Cosman did,
I remember her mentioning that.
in fact, he was out in New York at the time. She said you had some photos of here at your house.
Okay. Now, Detective.
Don't say a word he said there.
Detective Ratzberg. The audio was clear on that, so I'm not going to go through line by line. Did you start off by indicating, question, see, I was kind of thinking that maybe this Kelly Labonte was I mean, Julie had an affair before, and I thought maybe you two would be having an affair if you're, you know, with Kelly, or maybe you're seeing her now. Kelly, are you seeing her now, Kelly, at all? No, now I have. I mean, now I have. Question, so she's your girlfriend now, or at least somebody you're dating? Again, he's not coming out and saying that. He's saying, answer, a friend, or question, would that be a fair statement of dating, or what do you mean? Answer, I guess you could call it maybe a dating, but you know, that's, you know, she's a friend. We hang around together. That's about it. Okay, well, I mean, when you say friend, was she a friend like that? She's a friend now? Answer, no. Or somebody to date right now, right? Answer, now I would, but back then, no. Question, okay. Answer, no, I mean, that was not, you know, and no, I understand where you're going, and no, at that point in time, it was.
What the fuck?
No, I mean, that was not, you know, and no, I understand where you're going, and no, at that point in time, it was. Question, okay, so before Julie's death, you didn't have any type of, you had limited contact with her? Answer, right. Question, now since her death, what's transpired? Answer, well, let's see. What's the time frame here? Went down to St. Louis a couple times, saw her, she came up a couple times. Question, so you guys are dating or seeing each other at this point? Answer, yeah, exactly. Question, okay, but not beforehand? Answer, no. I mean, you know, the times we got to, I'd see her would be just business functions when I go down to St. Louis for a meeting. Question, Answer, like in November. Question, Did you call Julie from St. Louis the one time you were telling me? Answer, exactly. And that you couldn't get a hold of her or something like that? That's answer. This is how all this opened up about our people, because I'd be eating somewhere in a business meeting trying to get Julie. Question, And I'd be late to the meeting the next morning because I was up half the night. Question, on the phone. And you start talking to people about it, and look what happened last night. You know, it's a support group, you know, I mean, friends in the office and things like that. Question, so you knew Kelly beforehand, and since Julie's death, you guys have dated and have been going out. That's a fair statement? Fair statement? Yeah, I guess it's a fair statement. Maybe, well, it's like the kids, you know. David made a comment the other day and said, you know, maybe sometime you guys will start dating. Question, yeah. Answer, I mean, we really haven't gone out, you know. It's more just hanging around. The kids are there, and it's question. So you're kind of, and I'm not trying, answer, well, question. Mark, hit the nail on the head here. What type of, you guys are dating as a man and woman would, maybe kissing or having sex, you know? I don't want to pry being heavy here, but are you heavy to that extent, or is it just, hey, we're stopping at a bar and having a drink? Answer, it's more like stopping at the bar, but you know, the big question is where? Question, so you guys aren't necessarily lovers? Answer, no. Question, you know, and I'll be honest with you, I find that just a little hard to believe. If you guys stay overnight in St. Louis with her and you're dating her, I'm assuming she's single. I don't know, either that or divorced or something like that. Answer, divorced. Question, it would be hard to believe if you've seen her as often as you said you were, that there isn't something a little bit more. Answer, but if, question, you know, that you know you're sleeping together. I think that would be a reasonable assumption. Answer, right. Question, I know I would be. Answer, I understand. Question, I'll be honest, you know, and I don't know, maybe you are, maybe you're not. Answer, well, not okay. To be perfectly honest with all that. Question, okay. Answer, prior to everything, prior to January, we were just friends. Question, Answer, good friends, but friends. I mean, it was more of an acquaintance. I saw her maybe 3 or 4 times. Question, During that period of time when we were friends, during it would be 88, sick last year. You mean 98? Answer, 98. I'm sorry. Okay. I went down there in April and the office opened in June. Appleton opened summer in October, but every couple months more than, it was mostly on the phone, I was talking to, question before December, answer right, exactly. You met with her 3 times. Answer, I'd seen her 3 times since the office opened, but we were never alone because it was always business situations. Question, okay, answer, after Julie's death? After Julie's death sometime, question, it started to be more of a serious relationship then? Would that be a fair statement? I guess so. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to do is quantify serious. Question, yeah. Answer, I'm 40, got 2 kids. She's like 31. Question, no kids. No kids. Answer, no kids. I think I'm done. And where's she going? I don't know, and that's a question, but your relationship is a lot more serious than it was before December. Answer, exactly. Question, and assume you're spending, I'd assume that you're spending the night down there with her and she's coming here and spending the night with you in Kenosha or Pleasant Prairie, whatever. Answer, right. So you have an emotional, if not a sexual, you have a sexual relationship with her then? Answer, yeah. Question, that would be a fair statement. Yeah, we've gone, question, or true statement, I should say. True statement, we've gone there since then. Okay, but there was nothing like that prior to. Prior to, no. Prior to, no. So how long did you know her before that? Oh, from April. So during the second part of the interview, he was starting to open up a little bit about Kelly, but still dramatically understating, in fact, misrepresenting the nature of their relationship.
Yes.
I didn't hear what?
He was starting to open up a little bit about Kelly,
But still understating or actually misrepresenting the nature of the relationship.
Yes.
Doing all the photos, yeah, I mean, they're wrong, and I was leaving the photos out there. It wasn't true. It wasn't true. I might have, and I don't recall the only way I was writing on it, and maybe I had noticed it at one point. But, I can't specifically recall writing anything on it, but I think I kind of want to gauge, but I think I recall what it would be.
The photo that you wrote on then, is that the one you gave to Julie? And
might have been, usually it was a bunch of them at one time.
what did you write on the photo?
Oh, I can't recall. Other than that, I just remember.
But
Doing something like that or something like that.
did you tell Julie you wrote on the photo?
Probably not. Probably not. I mean, I get 3, 4, 5 of them, but correct.
So what you're basically
But I
saying.
think that was way back, like the very beginning of the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that was.
Well, this was kind of, if I recall, and again, I went through the reports here, but I recall that it was kind of about midway because this was going on for a little while. And reflection, I said to Julie, basically shit or get off the pot. Yeah. We'll be happy to look into this for you. We don't want somebody prowling around your house and all this and that. And the areas that they got into the house, at least according to Julie, you guys could not figure out how this person got in there. Right. And we absolutely ruled out Perry. Perry did not do it. There was nobody else that would have a motive to do that, with the exception of you. Okay, because you were pissed off about the affair, so forth and so on. So, I mean, we have all this, and for you to sit here today and tell me it wasn't me, I find very hard to believe, Mark, I'll be honest with you. Okay, I do. And it really doesn't matter if you did or not. I mean, Julie's passed on. It's not a big issue. But when I go back and I look through some of this stuff, and I see all that's happening here, and, I've been real nice to you. I treated you, and I felt sorry for you. You got a couple kids and all that stuff. And I'm just trying to wade through this because I just want to make clear in my mind what all occurred here, because later on when I have somebody else ask me, I mean, I'm the police detective assigned to this case. I mean, I can't sit here and say, no, I don't know, okay? And then for you to come in here and basically lie to me, saying that you didn't leave around the photos We know for sure it was your handwriting, which you admitted to, which was handwriting on your photograph, and it wasn't Perry. I don't know who else would have any type of motive to do that. You obviously are well-educated, well-versed, and you can use a computer, and the pictures appear to be at the crime lab like they were somehow, and this is over my head too a little bit, is superimposed on there. And so I don't know who else would have left them photos around besides you. And it doesn't matter here. No, I guess what matters a little bit to me, and I feel a little hurt here, is that, you know, I'm trying to help you out here, and, you know, trying to look through this with you, let you know what's going on, what we have here, and you're not being 100% with me.
No, I'm trying to.
You know, and I just want you to cooperate with me so we get down to the bottom. Now, you left the photos around, right? Am I right on that? Yeah, can you give me that? Did you leave some of them there?
There were times when I get stuff in the mail. I wouldn't give it to her initially because it would cause a great deal of upset and that wasn't helping out. There were times I just threw away when I got it. But I mean, in terms of having the photos, yeah,
Did you leave them around? Did you leave them around the house?
No. No, I did not. I mean, absolutely not. I mean, but there were times when I would just throw them away, when I would pick them someplace, like in the garage for a while, and then bring them home. So she knew what was going on.
I guess it's still not clear, I don't understand.
In terms of,
You would get a photograph in the mail with her in it, showing her with a man's
yeah, and that was the stuff that was very early on. I got that in the mail at the office.
Okay.
In the mail.
Okay.
And I remember one of the girls, this was way, way back,
Yeah.
coming in with an envelope full of pictures, my secretary going, don't even want to know what that was.
And then with Julie's picture on it?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what did you do with the photograph from work?
That was all very early on, and that was given to her. And I gave it to Julie. At one point, there was a whole garbage bag of stuff that I didn't think you would, and she had found stuff around the house, so.
But the photograph, like,
In terms of me, I don't know, I didn't have the pictures to put it in that. They'd be there, she found it. She did find them. They were left around the house. I thought that she would find them in the shed. Things like that.
and you put them there in the shed for her to find?
No, I would give them to her. I never put them around the house for her to find them. If I got them in the mail, I mean, I know I didn't give her everything right away. Some of it I just threw away. I understand what you said. I might have about that if I got this. This was over a period of what, 92 to 97, 5 years.
I guess and again, when I'm talking to you here, it seems like you're in the outsides here, okay? I can't get a kind of a straight answer from you, okay, Mark, okay? That's why I end up having 100 more questions.
I'm not trying to do that.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to nail the hammer on the head here with a nail, okay? Just trying to get right to the point here. You're telling me, in a roundabout way, that you get these photographs with Julie sucking a man's penis at work. Okay? You would bring that photograph home and leave it around for her to find, or you would show it to her. Now, before you said you would leave it around for her to find, so you were leaving some of the photographs around the house. I mean, you just told me earlier. Now you're saying to me you did.
I'm sorry, it's also a question. I know it's 5 years.
I know, I understand that. I mean, I just kind of want to get through this, Mark, and I'll be honest with you, we can get through this. Because it's a curiosity, I guess, I have to satisfy in my own mind, because anybody looks through here, see, this is all, I mean, we've got, 96, 93, all of them from here. Julie and Mark Jensen, Perry, here's that one, back in 93. And I was always under the opinion that you were leaving the photographs around the house. I was always under that opinion, okay? The crime lab says this. The only one that seemed not to believe it was Julie. She's now passed on. I understand, and I sit here today and I'm saying to myself, why would Mark lie to me about this when it really, number one, doesn't matter. And number two, you left the pictures around the house. I mean, there's no question about that in my mind. And you come into it saying, well, yeah, I did some, but I didn't do all of them, and all that. Let's hit the nail on the head here and move on. Let's put this issue down. It's not like you did anything wrong, okay? It's just, I understand, but some record things that we gotta keep track of here. So tell me straight, Mark.
I don't know where the pictures came from. They were left on the truck. Maybe left in the mailbox. I'm sure at times when I did something with the pictures I may have written down. We're talking about a 5-year period of time against the remember. Or had to throw them away. There were times there was a time I put them in the shed. I was picking them back in the shed. I didn't recall something like that. Specifically, I can't remember it. It's there's time that me and Bill the pictures, writing on there, something like that.
So for the most part, you left the photos around the house for her to find or for you to find when you in fact got it at work, but you said you found it in the work shed?
Exactly. I did a stack of 16 because it was very upsetting to her. We never came to the forefront. Our relationship suffered for it.
So at one point, you were telling her that, well, this is you and Perry doing it, when in fact you didn't know that for sure, that it was just.
It was a picture that I got, and they could have been anybody.
Of all the pictures that you had there that you left around the house, how many did you leave around the house? There were quite a few pictures that you left.
There were, I can't even begin to quantify.
More than 10, less than 10? I think it's probably more than 10.
Oh, it's definitely more than 10. Yeah. So it's definitely. Yeah. Now, but when I would do that, I get this stuff, we're trying to hang on to it from an evidence standpoint. I mean,
well, she turned the majority of them over to Officer Cosman.
Right.
And at that point, reading through these reports, it was that you guys suspected Perry did it, but in fact you were doing it. That was pretty much along the lines of our suspicion. I find it hard to believe that I'm sitting here today talking about it. Again, we're talking 5-6 years ago, that you left the majority of them pictures around the house. One, you said you found them, when in fact, you really did, you had them from work or wherever.
I already find them around the house, because I did. I mean, I did find them around the house, but it was a question of showing them to her. I mean,
and you ended up showing the majority of them to her.
Exactly, yeah.
Although they, go ahead, please.
How many times do you have to see pictures like that and get reminded of it before they do? You kind of go, it's a hole, you put it away. I put them away, and then something would happen, I get pissed off, and I pull them out, and I found it in the ship.
And in fact, you had.
I had it, I mean, they 2 million per week.
Now, why would somebody send them to you in the mail? I don't understand that. I mean, we cleared Perry of doing it. Okay, we went to talk to them and all that. Now, if they were sent to you at work, there would have to be a mailing. I mean, this is the first, reading through these reports, this is a little bit different than what the police reports have to say here, is pretty much police reports say that you found the photos all over the house when we know now that you didn't. If they mailed them to your office, who was mailing to? There has to be a return mail on there. I mean, if we would have known that at the time, we could have, right, postmark. We could have done a lot more with it at that time, but you didn't tell us about that. Am I right, or did I miss something?
No, there were the ones that were mailed to the office were early in the first year or two. That was when I was in probation for one. That was when I got stuff in the mail. That, I can't recall what the time frame that was. But it's not, there was stuff brought around.
So somebody, you're saying that some of the stuff you left, go ahead, please, you're going to please better than
Some of the stuff I'd give them. And then I'd say, I found it in the shed. And it'd be a way of giving it to them without saying, and hanging on to the stuff. Nothing basically. And I mean, but in terms of, I was acting with ugly stuff. Okay, then it just called this interest the phone call. I know he called me at one point. It was like I was making a phone call. And you have to be sitting on a couch in the living room together. And the phone rang. I mean, you couldn't possibly, I'm sitting there with it, but you knew it wasn't me. There's times with the pictures, I know.
So you misled her, which in turn misled the police.
Yeah, I mean, it was not a malicious standpoint, it was.
You were pissed off.
I was pissed off at her.
And you were pissed off about that relationship which you had with Perry.
Right. Because our relationship was never really quite, well, she was never quite. She changed after that, what, and I don't know.
Mark, you know, just, as we're going through this, just be straight with it.
I'm trying to be, but it's not all black and white.
So in that exchange, you were trying
It's
to get
awful.
Mr. Jensen to acknowledge his participation in this long-term, years-long harassment of Julie.
Yes,
And he did own up to some of it,
yes,
but he didn't own up to all of it.
correct.
He was still denying that he was a source of these photos.
Yes,
And he indicated at that time that he'd received some of them in the mail at the office, correct?
yes,
And you talked to people at his office, right?
I did.
And none of them ever saw any photos like that in the mail.
That is correct, yes.
And you learned that in these stockbrokers' offices, the stockbrokers are not allowed to open their own mail. Is that true?
Including personal mail, yes.
At a stockbroker's office, all of the mail is opened by a single person at the front of the office, correct?
Correct.
And you interviewed those people.
I did.
And nobody ever received any photos like that in the mail.
They did not.
Now we're going to go to the next interview segment.
This is unbelievable. What a load of shit.
So
It's unbearable. Literally, the only reason I'm keeping going is Rumble. Because there's been a shit ton of interest over there. Who's on YouTube? Who's here? Hello, whoever's here on YouTube. Speak and chat if you want. If you're there.
53, line 15. And what portion did you want read? Call posing to him the following question. I'm directing court and counsel's attention to page 55, lines 12 through 17. Do you recall being posing the following question and getting the following answer? Question: you didn't make them? Answer: I did not make them. I received them. I mean, I did. This is the reason. I mean, that's the way I found out about the whole thing, was I got actual photographs. And then question, line 16. Okay, in the mail. Answer: in the mail from them at the office. And you recall posing those questions and receiving those answers also in this interview?
Yes.
Now I'm going to direct you to the next clip.
I didn't make them. I did not make them. I received them. I mean, I did. This is the reason. That's the way I found out about the whole thing. When I got actual photographs. In the mail, in the program. But you know,
And that was a repeat of what I just read to you, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that I have the pictures of them? And just put them on a copy machine constantly? Because, you know, I don't know. You know more about it than I do. You right. I mean, I like to go by what I read here. Oh, I did not do that. I mean, I was not taking the pictures, jotting them, printing them, whatever, and dribbling them off for 5 years. I mean, but you were dribbling some of them out. It'd be over a period of what I'm talking about, and that standpoint, it was accumulating for maybe a period of weeks, a month, maybe 2 months. And you'd end up with a little pile of them. And we were trying to keep this stuff from the evidence. Yeah, keep it was just not from the evidence. But yeah, I did good thought, and then I said, I mean, I'm not trying to mislead you, but it was a question of did I received the stuff. I didn't give me a letter.
Okay. I think so, because I didn't hear it. And also because the sound quality was not the greatest on that. So this, it's getting warm in here.
Fleck for January 18th, 2023. It's very warm.
And it's even warmer inside the courtroom than it is outside the courtroom. Okay, so directing your attention to the screen, the answer was, do you think that I had the pictures of them? And just question, I don't know, Mark. Put them on a copy machine constantly because, you know, question, I don't know. You know more about it than I do. You were there. I can only go by what I read here. Paul, let me tell you, I didn't do that. I mean, I was not taking the pictures, copying them, printing them, whatever, and dribbling them out over 5 years. I mean, that was question, but you were dribbling some of them out. Answer, it'd be over a period, and what I'm talking about from that standpoint, it was accumulating them for maybe a period of weeks or a month, maybe 2 months. Question, Answer, and you'd end up with a little pile of them. Question, Answer, and we were trying to keep this stuff from an evidence standpoint. Otherwise, I have no reason to keep it. It would have just been thrown in the garbage. Question, yeah. Answer, but yeah, I'd get pissed off, and then I'd say I found them. I mean, I'm not trying to mislead you, but it was a question of, did I receive this stuff? I'd accumulate it. Now we're going to go to the next transcript, clip 6.
We have a rocky marriage, you know, and I'm not sure whether to believe you here or not, because you kind of misled me here on some of this other stuff. You talk a lot and you don't say anything, you know? And I wish you'd just come out. Now, if something happened with Julie the day of the 3rd, I'm willing to work with you here. I mean, I've taken very patient and very calm here with you, with your family, your case, and all that stuff. And we need to come up with some type of explanation here, and you're the only one that can provide that explanation. Did you guys have an argument? Were you guys playing around? I don't know what happened. You know, she couldn't get out of the bed that morning.
I think there's some threat you can ask David about Mom's condition that morning. She couldn't get out of bed. You want to stay home because Mom was sick. We did nothing. You know, there was no sexual thing going on that morning. There was nothing happening. She was in bed asleep.
Did you get mad at her or something? Were you pissed off? I mean, you got mad at her before and you used the photographs around the house. No? I mean, did you get mad this time and, you know, Julie, damn it, wake up or something?
Paul, the photographs I'm talking about is we had a little argument about something, and I bring up the pictures that had been accumulated.
Now, directing your attention to the screen, and we're talking about maybe 2/3 of the way down on page 70, it's line 18 through line 25. At this point, you're raising the question what happened on the morning of December 3rd. Is that true?
Yes, that is correct.
The morning of Julie's death.
That is correct.
And you posed the question, okay, we have a rocky marriage, you know, and I'm not sure whether to believe you here or not because you kind of misled me here on some of this other stuff. Answer, on the pictures and that. Question, well, you talk a lot and you don't say anything, you know, and I wish you'd just come out. Now, if something happened with Julie the day of the 3rd, I'm willing to work with you here. I mean, I take very patient and very calm here with you, with your family, your case, and all that stuff. And we need to come up with some type of an explanation here. And you're the only one that can provide that explanation. Did you guys have an argument? Were you guys playing around? I don't know what happened. Answer, Paul, there was nothing. There was nothing. Question, answer, she couldn't get out of bed that morning. Question, Answer, I'd hate to have it come to that, but you can ask David. Question, Answer, about Mom's condition that morning. Question, Answer, she couldn't get out of bed. He wanted to stay home because Mom was sick. We did nothing. You know, there was no sexual thing going on that morning. Question, Answer, there was nothing happening. She was in bed, asleep. Did you get mad at her or something? Were you pissed off? You got answer, no. Question, mad at her before and you used the photographs around the house, you know? Did you get mad this time? And, you know, Julie, damn it, wake up or something. Answer, no, Paul. Those photographs I'm talking about is we'd have a little argument about something and I'd bring out the pictures that had been accumulated. So that was about the 3rd, and then it transitioned into this discussion again about the photographs being left around the house in the years preceding Julie's death.
Correct.
Now I'm going to proceed to the video number 7.
You're the only one that can explain anything here, and I don't know what the answer is, and you do. I'm thinking there's an accident. What happened that morning? Let's go through that morning. What happened before you left?
She had hardly stood up in bed.
So let's kind of try to have this framed in my mind. Let's go back to right up 6:30 in the morning.
Right. Okay.
She's not feeling well.
Right.
Okay, go from there. We're gonna feel what happened that day.
She was not able to get out of bed. I mean, she was groggy, almost incoherent. Breathing was very labored, raspy.
How was it? Maybe,
She was having a hard time. I mean, how old was she? It was a very deep breath.
okay. Okay. And you could hear phlegm or something like that, and,
It sounded like the windpipe was being restricted. She was hardly, I'm not even sure she was coherent.
she sat up in bed.
She said in her bed,
Okay.
David tells me that, because we could talk about it, David tells me that I was holding her up, supporting her. And I guess I recall I was sitting on the bed behind her, with the kids were on the bed sitting, kissing her.
Good morning, or whatever.
Good morning, yeah. And she was not even able to, she didn't get up, so she was in bed, and then she
When you said shape, was she talking, or
hardly.
she was sitting up in bed, so she had some strength, she's sitting up in bed, but you guys talked that morning, or what?
Very, very weak. No, I think that those conversations. You know, I think she indicated that she was okay. But she, you know, she was not able to move around and function.
This is a nightmare. Can't even understand anything they're saying.
How many should take it 12? Because that's the first one, that's.
What's the point of playing it?
So this would be her second one? She took one the night before, right, and now she's taking it out.
I think it's within the
Oh my days.
first one was the morning, second one was the night, third one, Thursday.
Okay.
This is ridiculous.
And she was asleep. But on the bed, she was asleep. I looked over, came home, and she was gone. And
Now, you were home from 7, we started at 7:30, and all of a sudden we jumped to noon, or 1 o'clock, somewhere in that time frame. There was a lot of stuff that happened in between there.
during the morning, but she was just,
She was sleeping that whole morning?
she was asleep.
Now, when you went to work, did you wake her up and tell her you went to work?
I did not.
Okay, you just left for work. And she slept from, she got up 7:30-ish. Okay, kids said good morning, kids go to school.
Kids went to school. Okay. I took them to preschool, came down on the bus.
Okay, and then you took him the day to preschool and came back?
Right.
Okay. Then what did you do at the house during the day?
Talked to the office, so it was about it. Went around, I picked up a check from a client, and it was, and after I ran out for that, I came back again.
Okay, which client did you pick up the check from?
Ed Codlin.
Who?
Ed Codlin.
God?
Codlin.
Codlin.
Yeah.
So you didn't actually go back home then? You went home and then you went back out?
Right.
Okay. You called the office then on the 3rd. And you went to Coughlin and got a check from him. Where does he live?
Down the street, Lake Shore, yeah, 160.
Okay.
There's a court, yeah, I think it was mailed back.
Okay. He was aware of that.
That's unbearable.
Out there for you, I would assume. Okay, then what?
Went back home.
She still sleeping?
Still sleeping?
You didn't touch her?
No.
Hi, how are you? I'm home. You get something to drink, something to eat? Nothing.
I'm sure I went over and checked on it.
So directing your attention to the screen, You started out your interview or this portion of the interview by saying, I don't know what the answer is, and you do. I'm thinking there's an accident. At the time you made that statement, I'm thinking there's an accident. Were you actually thinking there was an accident?
No, I wasn't.
You were actually thinking something quite different than that.
Yes, I was. I was trying to make it easier for Mark Jensen to tell the truth or to tell me what actually happened.
So you're basically inviting him to provide you with some explanation of an accidental death.
Yes. And I also couldn't rule out the possibility that there was an accident, but I wanted to cover all the areas.
And so the question continued, I'm thinking there's an accident. What happened that morning? Let's go through that morning. What happened before you left? Answer. You could hardly sit up in bed. That was your question, his answer?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you ask a little later, you ask the question, okay, go from there. We got to feel what happened that day. Answer. She was not able to get out of bed. I mean, she was groggy, almost incoherent. Breathing was very labored and raspy. That's the question that you posed, and that's the answer that he gave?
Yes.
And then later you asked the question, okay, and you could hear phlegm or something like that. Okay, answer. It sounded like the windpipe was being restricted. So he acknowledges that morning on December 3rd, it sounded to him as though her windpipe were restricted.
Yes.
In response to the question, the answer he provided was I'm not even sure if she was coherent. Question, she sat up in bed. Answer, she sat up in bed. Question, okay. David tells me that we talked about it. David tells me that I was holding her up. Question, answer, supporting her. Answer, I guess I recall that. I was sitting on the bed behind her as the kids were on the bed sitting, kissing her. Good morning. Question, good morning or whatever. Answer, good morning. Yeah. And she was not even able to, she didn't even get up to go. I should have called that morning. She was in sad shape. Question, what do you mean sad shape? She was talking or answer, hardly. Question, she was sitting in bed, so she had some strength. She's sitting in bed. What do you guys talk that morning or what? Answer, but very, very weak. No, I mean, we had no conversation. I mean, I had to say she indicated that she was okay. Question, okay, then what happened? But she was not able to move around and function. She took the other sleeping pill after the kids went to school. And then you go through the Ambien, and he indicates that she took a total of 3 Ambien, one Wednesday morning. Yeah, the first one Wednesday morning, the second one Wednesday night, and the third one Thursday morning. That's what he described to you?
Yes.
And again, the question is posed at line 10. Question, she was sleeping that whole morning? Answer, she was sleeping. She was asleep. Question, but she got up 7:30-ish? Answer, right. Question, okay, the kids said good morning. The kids go to school? Answer, the kids went to school. So now we'll go to the next video clip.
Yeah, in that area. Okay, she was asleep on a sleeping pill. She was like, asleep on a sleeping pill. She took a sleeping pill. Okay, she was out. Okay. To move her required a lot of force, a lot of effort. You know, take her up. Okay. Mark, how about this? I think she was laying on her back. It was funny breathing, I remember. I think I rolled her onto her side when she was asleep. Why would you roll her on her side while she's sleeping? She was having the baby thing with the kids. You don't mind flat their back because they cough like that. Okay. And you do it on the side foot. Okay, so now you roll her on her side, kind of like the way we found it? Right. I mean, you may have her, I did, but I may have put her in that position, and that's where she was. I mean, if there's an arm play, it might be because I rolled her over when because she was out on the sleeping pill that morning. Okay. So now, about what time I think it is before you left for work? Yeah. Before noon. Before noon. You're picking her up because she's breathing funny and putting her up on her side. Yeah. Okay. Rolling over. She was. Yeah, because that morning I was sitting behind her. And you were right about that. I was sitting behind her and she was sitting on the bed with the head put behind her. When one of the kids went to school, I laid her back down. And she was on her back. And you rolled her up to her side. And I grabbed her and rolled her over. So
So once again, you're later in the interview, you're talking with him about her condition on the morning of December 3rd.
Yes, December 3rd, 1998.
And the answer he provides, okay, she was asleep on a sleeping pill. She was like out. Question, sleep on a sleeping pill? Answer, she took a sleeping pill that morning. Answer, and you said, okay, and answer, she was out. And then you asked, to move a required, answer, you said, oh, I'm sorry, question is okay, answer, to move a required, and then you interrupted and said, question, a lot of force, and he replied, answer, a lot of effort. Correct?
Correct.
And then question, okay, Mark, how about this? Answer, I think she was laying on her back and with funny breathing. I think I rolled her onto her side when she was asleep. And then he explained that he did that because of the baby thing with kids. You don't lay them flat on their back, correct?
Correct.
And then he confirms that when he rolled her onto her side, it was kind of like the way that you guys found her, correct?
Correct.
Now I'll proceed to clip number 9, video clip number 9.
System going.
I'm still under the opinion here that there's something accidental that took place here. So, what I don't understand what I've been spinning in it for 4 or 5 months is where what was going on with her to cause the condition she was in. I mean, she didn't get out of bed. I mean, they have to know that her physically, she was wrecked. There was nothing in her system. She wasn't eating. It got to the point she wasn't eating a toilet job. I tried to feed her. She wouldn't eat. Didn't drink water. The last day, she tried Thursday morning and choked on it. Water. Couldn't get it down. I thought she slept most of that. She did. It was with her early. I mean, early when the kids got up. Funny breathing. I'm sure there was water or something in there. Well, she had to get up to get the water. I brought it to her. She did not get out of bed. So you did have some conversation. She asked to get a glass of water. No, I got it for her. She had nothing to say. David, and after the fact, I think she was giving me indications by nodding her head or something like that, but David says that she couldn't talk that morning.
We're just going to go to the next clip then. Okay. Now, again, directing your attention to the screen, you started out this phase of the questions with question. I'm still in the opinion that there's something accidental that took place here. Again, was that your opinion that there was something accidental that took place here?
Not necessarily, but I certainly wanted to rule it out also.
And once again, he indicates that she didn't get out of bed.
He does. Yes.
And again, he confirmed she did not get out of bed that morning.
Yes, that is correct.
And question, so you did have some conversation. She asked you to get a glass of water. Answer, no, I got it for her. She had nothing to say. David, after the fact, I think she was giving me indications like nodding her head or something like that, but David said she couldn't talk that morning. That's what he told you at the time of this interview on April 29th, 1999?
April 21st, 1999.
1999?
Yes.
Now we're going to clip 10.
I think one of my questions
Oh, this is hard. This is painful.
Throughout the reports and through everything that was said and done, what happened that morning specifically?
Rumble, you're keeping me going. Don't drop off. There's loads of you there, so thank you. There's a couple of people here. You chat away if you want, guys. Literally painful, these videos.
Was she get arrested? She got out of bed? She stayed in bed?
Very hard time breathing, could hardly move on her own.
Okay, and what time was that today?
6:30.
How's he even allowed to use this stuff?
6:30, she was having a hard time breathing? Were you concerned that this would be something life-threatening?
I was very concerned about it.
As far as life-threatening?
Yeah. Because the breathing was...
Did you contact your doctor that day?
Not that day. I seen him the day before. But it was a big question in my mind as to whether or not to call the ambulance that morning or bring her somewhere.
Okay. What was your routine that morning? 6:30, you noticed that she was having a hard time breathing. Did you get ready for work? Did you get the kids ready?
What was kids ready, give it a bus, took up to preschool, came back, got cleaned up a little bit later.
Mm-hmm.
Probably 9-ish, 10, something like that.
10 o'clock, you got
check from McClellan.
okay.
I ran it, I can't remember exactly what it was, I remember popping out of the house a couple different times for different things.
Okay. When did you actually leave the residence?
Somewhere. We're getting to the office at around, I think it stopped me at lunch and made a Burger King or something, so somewhere around 11.
Did you say anything to her before you left? Did you check on her? Did you see if she needed anything?
I was going to call, I remember rolling her over at some point. She was on her back early in the morning, and at some point during the morning.
You rolled her?
Rolled her over on her side.
I guess what I'm asking is prior to you leaving the residence for good. Okay. Did you check on her and say, hey, you okay, you need something, you need to get you a glass of water, you need to get you something?
No.
Did you check on her at that point?
Well, she was out of it, she had been sleeping until that morning, so she was totally
She was in and out?
out of it, yeah. The day before, I put her out there at all. She was,
Okay. I guess what concerns me a little bit is that 6:30 in the morning, she's having a very difficult time breathing. Okay. Some point in the morning hours, you roll her. Okay. You leave for work, you don't really check on her. Okay. That kind of concerns me a little bit. Okay. I mean, somebody is having a difficult time breathing. I mean, that's how we live. I mean, we breathe.
Right.
I think what bothers me a bit about this is that there was no care in calling a doctor. You know, I mean, granted, maybe in the morning that you wanted to, but I'm saying, you're leaving the house. You're leaving her there. Okay, she took a sleeping pill. She's on some medication. She's not been feeling well. You know what I'm saying? I mean, to me, that just seems a little odd. I mean, she's your wife. You know, granted, I know about the problems that have been going on.
Well,
but I mean, you know,
that's not one.
no, but you know, I mean, you know, she's the mother of your children. You know, that kind of thing. I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is, why would you not check on her? Especially, you know, before you walk out the door.
I mean, I did it at some point there.
Okay, because the time of death, I don't know if Paul has told you, it's in between, you know, 11 and 12 o'clock, somewhere around that time frame. Okay, you're home, supposedly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is that you roll her on her side.
I roll her, it has to be before I want to get it a little bit earlier in the morning. And I know she was breathing at that point.
Why would you roll her? I mean,
it sounded like she had stuff in her throat. I guess it was not that she was trying to cough it up, but it doesn't.
Okay, so she's having problems breathing. Do you think there's something in her throat?
Oh, I think it was raspy.
Okay.
I couldn't tell what it was. You know, she had that breathing the night before too. Not as bad.
Ratzberg, during the bulk of this exchange between the defendant and Detective Heather Berg, you were not present in the room. Is that true?
That is correct.
But you've listened to this video several times.
Yes, I've listened to this video. We also had a monitor set up in my office. So when I left the room, I was monitoring the conversation in my office.
And you've compared the video to the transcript, and it's an accurate transcription?
It is, yes.
And once again, the defendant confirms that Julie Jensen did not get out of bed on the morning of December 3rd.
That is correct.
That she had a very hard time breathing.
Yes.
That he recognized it was life-threatening.
I don't recall him saying that on there, but I think that is something.
Directing your attention to the screen, question, were you concerned that this would be something? Answer, definitely. Question, life-threatening? Answer, I was very concerned about it. Question, I mean, as far as life-threatening, answer, yeah. So he confirmed that he considered this to be a life-threatening experience that she was having.
You are correct, yes.
And he confirms he did not contact the doctor that day.
Correct.
And he confirmed that he rolled her onto her side.
Yes.
And he confirms that when asked the question, did you check on her to say, hey, you know, are you okay? Do you need something? Do you need me to get you a glass of water? Do you need me to get something? The answer was no. And then the question, you didn't check on her at that point? Answer, well, she was out of it. She had taken a sleeping pill that morning, so she was totally. Question, she was in and out? Answer, yeah, out of it. Yeah, I mean, the day before, I couldn't rouse her at all.
Yes, that is correct.
How much more direct do you have?
That was the last. Oh, how much more direct? I've got more direct, but that was the last of the interviews.
I think the jury is.
I think it'd be a good time to take a break.
Yeah, they earned their break this afternoon, folks. Thank you. All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
Okay, right. I'm gonna skippity, doo. Skippity doo, skippity doo. Skip. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Another hour and 10 minutes left. And I'll be done for the day. Thank God for that.
See, we're back on the record. Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. Witness is still on the stand. Lieutenant Ratzberg, still under oath. You can continue with your direct, Mr. Jambois.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Detective Ratzberg, I know you haven't committed this entire interview. I know you haven't committed this entire interview to memory, but directing the court and counsel's attention to page 81, line 24. Recall posing the following question. Okay, so that means there was some type of contact in the bedroom while you were there. There's no other way. There's no other way to explain it, and the only person that was there was you. I'm willing to work through this with you, but we need to find out what happened here. Answer, Paul, I did not do anything to hurt her. I did not. There was a question between myself and the kids that morning, whether or not to call an ambulance. Question, Answer, take her to the hospital. And the kids wanted to stay home. Her breathing was funny. She could hardly get out of bed. I mean, it was a god-awful situation. The bruising probably came from her getting up. I didn't hit her. She got up and she fell. She hit her head. I remember her telling me that. She got up to go to the John. I don't know what happened, but anybody who was sitting there having a hard time breathing and telling you that they're okay, she was in no condition. If you want to try to do something sexual, to do it. Do you recall posing those questions and receiving those answers?
Yes.
Oh, it's really hard to keep up with you watching this.
Now, at the time that you were conducting this interview with Mark Jensen on April 21st, 1999, at that point, you had not received any information back from any toxicologists indicating the presence of ethylene glycol in Julie. Had you?
That is correct, yes.
Now, on the day of April 21st, 1999, when you interviewed Mark Jensen, when Mark Jensen came to the police station, he had his son David with him. Is that true?
That is true.
And did you talk briefly with David as well?
I did.
And David was just a little boy at that time.
He was.
Now, I'm going to show you another exhibit.
Yes.
So what is State's Exhibit 42?
State's Exhibit 42 is the day planner that we recovered from the Jensen home on December 3rd, 1998. You saw it in the video and so forth. It was inside that briefcase underneath his desk. And then on top of that, in the photos, you'll see that it's leather bound, and this was inside of there. And I recovered this from the Jensen home December 3rd, 1998. That would be State's Exhibit 42.
The jury has heard testimony about something called the blueprint that occurred November 5th, 6th, and 7th. Is there any notation in that book about November 5th, 6th, and 7th?
I'm here at it, and I don't see blueprint on there for November 5th. You could maybe direct me, please.
So, directing your attention, these are not, the pages are not numbered, but it's got 2 pages where the entire month of November is laid out there, correct?
Correct.
And for the 5th, 6th, and 7th, is there any notation in there?
Yes, November 1998, there's a star, and it says blueprint, and then it has MGR 130, and then 930. On Friday, November 6th, there's another star that says blueprint, and then on November 7th, which is a Saturday, it says blueprint.
And this is in Mark Jensen's day plan.
Correct.
I'm going to ask you some questions. Now, after the section you had just described where November 5th, 6th, and 7th indicate blueprint, then in the next few pages, there's a series of pages where each page is a different day of the month for October. Is that correct? I'm sorry, for November.
Yes.
And there's a notation in front of you. Which date is set forth in front of you there on the book that I've opened there too?
Monday, November 9th, 1998.
And is there any notation about something happening with the carpeting?
Yes.
Read the jury what it says.
Puked on carpet. The whole thing, sir?
Yes.
Yes. Right return, puked on carpet. Model of chairs are right over weekend, but into it, got into it, whether to clean to, it's a little scrambled, the writing. Let me start over. But into it, whether to it cleaned, and I can't make out the other words. Then, but below that, there's some Bloomberg, and then something about another word I can't make out, chairs.
I don't care. I was just wondering
Very
about
good.
notations that pertain to puking on the carpet. That's set forth November 9th.
Yes, sir.
And what day of the week is November 9th?
That is a Monday.
There's people of Rumble. You've really shocked me how many people have been on
Sometime
Rumble.
before December 3rd,
YouTube has been
1998.
shit. Rumble
You'd seen
bouncing.
a series of photographs that
Thanks,
Julie
Doug.
had taken that included pages from Mark Jensen's day planner. Is that true?
Yes.
And one of those photographs portrayed a Post-it note with a variety of things listed on it. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, did you look for that Post-it note in Mr. Jensen's day planner on or about December, sometime after you seized it on December 3rd?
Yes.
And did you find that Post-it note?
The Post-it note? No.
Now, you also made reference to finding Julie's, the log that she'd maintained of harassment.
Yes.
Fucking come on. This is unbearable. 3 days in a row now, I've ended the day being like grumpy because of this fucking trial. Anyone in chat, or anyone there, just fucking say hello in chat. Don't have to, but if you want to, be nice to say hello to somebody. Rumble, same for you. There's loads of you in Rumble, but none of you talking at the minute. Oh, you've gone down a bit now. Oh my days, come on. It's like an hour left, guys. That's it. I'm so close to just giving up on this trial.
So I decided was marked as State's Exhibit S44 and ask you to compare this to the log that's already been received in evidence, that book right there. I don't remember what the book, what the exhibit number is in that book. So can you tell us the exhibit number? It's on the plastic bag, I believe.
The book is S34.
So S34 is the original hard copy of the log that Julie kept of the harassment that she experienced.
Yes.
Now take a look at S44, and this is a photocopy of that, and starting with the partial review of past. So compare those pages to these pages in Exhibit S44.
This is a true and accurate copy of this state's item number 34.
I'm moving S43 and S44 now, but it's S43 electronic version, and that's going to be accessing using
So it's 34 and 44?
43 and 44.
43 and 44 then, okay.
You have a copy of that?
Yeah, Rumble is all on you. No one else is on YouTube now, so it's all on you, Rumble. If because there's loads of you. Same place, you Rumble. I don't know how the fuck you guys stay and watch this. I wouldn't mind if it's a live trial, but I know the bloody result. It's like now you know the result. It's like it's a bit hard to watch it. Oh, well, literally, you people on Rumble, how do you do it? I mean, what a great turnout on Rumble. Really bad turnout on YouTube. Literally zero, basically. But Rumble, you kept going. Fair play to you all through the day. Can't fault you, but just don't understand Rumble. That's the only thing. If I understood it, I'd probably just say fuck it. Let's move everything to Rumble. But I don't get it. But I appreciate the support, though, guys.
So directing your attention to the screen, can you read that? I can make it a little bit bigger, I think.
And for the follows and likes on Rumble as well. Thank you very much. Poots. There's another Poots.
So this is the partial review of past that was contained in Julie Jensen's day planner, the one that you found. I'm sorry, the harassment log that she kept.
Yes.
And this was found in, where was this found?
This was located in the Jensen bedroom in her desk area there, or the dresser.
So she describes this as starting on January 19th, 1992.
Yes.
And then this first page proceeds down to 4/20/92.
Yes.
Start the next page. And she's describing predominantly hang-up calls at this point, correct?
Yes.
A wide variety of hang-up calls all the way through December 3rd, 1992. And this, she's describing this as a recap continued.
Yes.
More hang-up calls at home December 7th, 92 through.
Yes.
28/93, correct?
Correct.
And she describes on 11/4/93 a report made to Ron Cosman, and she gives the case number.
Yes, that is correct.
She describes how mailbox parts are being ordered because they had problems with a variety of other issues like the mailbox and flat tires on Mark's truck.
Correct.
So on August 25th, 95, she made a complaint to Ron Cosman, and who suggested a trace again through Ameritech.
Correct.
And from September 6th to September 27th, 95, there was a trap and trace, and there were no calls to report.
Correct.
Then October 25th, the hang-up calls start again.
Yes.
And on November 95 through January 96, she's indicating very active, calling Mark's office and leaving photos, correct?
Correct.
So on November 15th through February 1st, 95, again, there's a trace on, correct?
Did you?
It says from November 15th to 12/1/95, trace on.
Yes.
Two weeks.
And here it indicates that on November 20th and November 22nd, there were some calls.
Yes.
But they did not seem to be related to this case when those were investigated.
I recall investigating a hang-up call with the Jensens, and I can't recall what year it was, but they had a hang-up call that they reported to Ameritech, and we obtained a address, and it was in the area of Kenosha. It was behind the old Kmart on 52nd Street. And I checked out the address, and I determined that it was just simply a wrong number. However, that wasn't and that was only the one time. So there was one time that I investigated personally a hang-up call and found out that it was just an incidental hang-up call.
So just February 3rd, 96, there was report number 96-01246 made to Ron Cosman.
Yes.
And a bag of evidence was turned over.
Correct.
And then more of these instances, and now there's pictures left on Mark's truck.
Correct.
March 21st, and then March 28th, another hang-up call.
Yes, all in 96.
On April 2nd, she's indicating that she called A.G. Edwards this morning in Chicago to inquire about the whereabouts, and she's talking about the whereabouts of whom? She was talking about the whereabouts of Perry Tarika, is that true? Of Perry Tarika, is that true?
Yes, I see it now. Thank you. Yes.
And then on April 2nd, 96, she spoke to Kenosha Police Detective Paula Mickelson, and she makes notes of what Detective Mickelson told her to do. First, Detective Mickelson told her to talk to a detective at Pleasant Prairie Police, not a uniformed patrolman. So, and the name Mark Hunter and Paul Ratzberg is listed there, correct?
Correct.
2, keep a journal of everything that happens, correct?
Correct.
And then for further support, she could talk to Lynn Copen, who at that time was the victim witness coordinator for the Kenosha County DA's office, correct?
Correct.
She talked to somebody at Rhodey's Cameras.
Yes, she did.
And she had Mark call a guy named Dave Dewar, who apparently knows Perry Tarika, and Dewar gave the current location of Perry Tarika in Tryon, North Carolina, correct?
Correct.
April 5th, she records that you go on to visit her and suggested placing video camera in the tripod out David's bedroom windows, correct?
Correct.
April 5th at 7:05, there was a hang-up call.
Correct.
And she has more records of hang-up calls. On April 17th, she's talking about pictures left of Mark's truck at the office, correct?
Correct.
And then April 18th, she indicates that you'd called North Carolina and you spoke to Perry Tarika.
That is correct.
And at that point, was it at that point that you rule out Perry Tarika as being the source of these photographs and hang-up calls?
Yes, it was.
And how was it that you were able to rule him out?
Well, I talked to Perry Tarika. I contacted him, and he told me he was in North Carolina. I was a little hesitant to believe him. He cooperated to me. He was a little irritated that this kept going on, but and I verified his alibi, and I spoke with his employer out there to assure that he was, in fact, where he said he was in North Carolina and not anywhere near the village of Pleasant Prairie.
So then you would recommended Dave Ellis?
I did.
And who is Dave Ellis?
Dave Ellis is he was a former Kenosha police officer, and he was a private detective. I knew him, and the Jensens considered using his services.
So she indicates that on April 25th, she met with Dave Ellis?
Yes, and before that, I recall that Dave Ellis came out to the police department, and I briefed him on the case, and I showed him some of the photos and all that, so he had a good idea of what he was looking at. That was further at Julie Jensen's request, and then the Jensens had further business to do with Mr. Ellis.
So, and she indicates on May 1st, she indicated Dave Ellis called?
Yes, yes.
And again, she makes reference to hang-up calls and several calls from Mark at the office. and hang-up calls at home.
Correct.
She checked license plates on vehicles.
Yes.
She had a conversation with you on May 10th, 1996. Caller ID. There's a tap on the phone. Correct?
Correct.
May 10th, 96, she called Ameritech and ordered caller ID and automatic callback features for 30 days and free for 30 days.
Correct.
And you were conducting investigations in these matters. For example, on June 3rd, 96, you checked the number of, you were indicating that Mark had received some harassing phone call and you determined that person was not connected to Mark in any way?
Correct.
And then more out-of-area calls, more hang-up calls through June, July of 96.
Yes.
She's keeping notes of everything that's happening, correct?
Yes. He's doing a very good job.
And then we're going through a number of pages here, more records of more hang-up calls, more pics left on Mark's truck at the office, pics left on Mark's truck in the office, tape messages to his office, phone calls to Mark's office, hang-ups at home.
Feel free to chat if you want, guys, in chat. I'm here for it.
To
Rumble, say, wherever. YouTube, wherever.
Keep paging through this. We get to 1998.
How much is long? Not long, I don't think. It's 25, so about 45 minutes
page
left.
46, January 19th, 1998, she underlines the word new tactics, live on internet, calls to Mark's office, asking if he's watching it and when to tune in, correct?
That is correct.
And these are predominantly calls to Mark's office, she's saying, right?
Yes.
And then on April 13th, 1998, she indicates email, correct?
That is correct.
And then on April 22nd, email, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
April 29th at 6:33 p.m., another email. And then on April 30th, another email, correct?
Correct.
May 5th email, May 6th email, correct?
Yes.
So now she's keeping track of the emails that they're getting.
That is correct. All occurring in June of 1998.
So she makes a call, she complains about, or calls Mark's office on June 26th, and then July 7th, and July 9th, and then August 17th, 1998, an out-of-area hang-up call at home at 10:37 a.m., correct?
That is correct.
And there's no more entries after August 17th, 1998.
Correct.
About the time that Mark Jensen struck up a relationship with Kelly Labonte.
That is correct.
Now, you also recovered Julie's day planner, correct?
I did.
And Julie's day planner, it's up there. Hard copy of the day planner, and that's marked. What exhibit number is?
I do. Julie's day planner is S33.
And just to be clear, this is also on S. What was it? Number on this. Where's the envelope? So, for the record, this is also on Exhibit S43, where I had it concealed on my desk underneath other papers. Now, so directing your attention to the screen, comparing what's set forth here for December 29th, 1997, Paul and Jill over, that's what's contained in the hard copy that you have there, correct?
Did you say 97, sir?
I'm talking about, it's the second page in on this. It's just Monday, December 29th, 1997. Paul and Jill over. Exclamation point. Do you see it?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
Okay. That's why you need to answer aloud. Do you see it there? And that is there, correct?
It is correct,
Do
sir.
you know who Paul and Jill are?
I do.
Who are Paul and Jill?
Paul and Jill are Julie's, Paul is Julie's brother, and Paul and Jill were married.
So Jill is Paul's wife, and she has Paul and Jill over exclamation point.
She does, yes.
And so this is a true and accurate copy of what's contained in the document that you're holding in your hand there, correct?
That is correct.
And as we page through this, I'm not going to go through the entire thing, but the notations that Julie has in her day planner, it's all about household things and the kids, right? Back to school. I'm talking about January 5th, 1998. Back to school, exclamation point, pay bills, Joey, question mark, pay bills on January 6th.
Yes,
These all seem to be things that relate to the operation of the home.
it does.
Judge, I object to the just, it's really just all leading at this point.
Was there a ruling on the judge? I didn't hear.
Judge, I had objected based on leading that Mr. Jamboys was basically doing all the testifying at this point.
Why don't you ask the witness the questions? Your objection is sustained.
Okay, directing your attention to January 12th through January 15th. What do these entries look like to you? Do they pertain to business or the operation of the home?
Mainly operation of the home. There's some errands I see that Julie has on here, like, for example, May 12th, 1998, which is a Monday. Nick, school, KYF, Kim's book club there on Tuesday, January 13th. And it goes on, apparently there's some dry cleaning she needs to pick up and things like that. So it's a combination of social and household activities.
And it says January 17, 1998, it says Dave and Sharon over. Do you know who Dave and Sharon are? Would that be Dave and Sharon Naring?
Yes, I'm a little slower at finding it than you are, my friend.
Oh.
But yes, that's David Nearing and Sharon Nearing. They were good friends with the Jensens, and they would socialize with each other and come back and forth.
So I'm going to now get up to back. We're in September of 98, but this time the children are in school, correct?
Yes.
Now, what's the directing your attention to Wednesday, September 23rd? Do you see any notations for example, 9, 10, 11 are circled, and it says Mrs. DeFazio. Do you know what that's about?
Yes, as a regular routine, as I went through this on Wednesdays while school was in session, Julie volunteered at Southport School with her child, and the teacher's name was Mrs. DeFazio at Southport School. And again, it was a regular routine on Wednesdays. And you'll see that throughout this calendar when school's in session.
And so again, on Wednesday, September 30th, the 9, 10, 11 are circled there. Is that correct?
Did you say September 30th?
I said September 30th, yes.
That is correct.
And October 7th, Wednesday, again, there's reference to it being circled in Mrs. DeFazio, correct?
Yes, similar to the other entries from, this one has it 8 to noon, but it's Mrs. DeFazio on a Wednesday.
And so was through November. And I'm sorry, so was for October, and then we get into November and December 2nd, it's crossed off, isn't it? For what's going on at 9 o'clock on December 2nd is crossed off. Correct?
Yes.
December 2nd, can you see that? It's
Yeah,
crossed off?
I noticed a Wednesday in November either, but how did I think about it? Maybe it was the kids were off. But what was your date, sir?
December 2nd.
No, you start working. Last one was
it's not listed on
20
December
past 5.
2nd.
You literally, if you would,
She does have things listed in later in December, though,
especially
right?
with Rumble.
She does. Another one that is familiar to me is
That's cool. Look, it's good that you're here. Thanks for keeping up with it.
Thursday,
It's a nightmare. No one's
November
here.
12th.
Well, we're in December, so let's go to December.
I appreciate you spreading it out.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So go to December 8th.
Yes.
So, and are you familiar with what I lost it. Let me get back to December 8th here.
When you get to this point, it's only about half an hour left. No, let me just check. Yeah, it's about half an hour left. 35 minutes maybe.
So December 8th, there's this heart. Do you know what that's about?
Yes. The Jensens had a dog, and you'll see it throughout this calendar. When you buy it's heart something, it's some type of worm or medication for dogs, and you put that on your calendar, and then you would give it to your dog when it was due. The heart would tell you that.
It's administered once a month.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
So, but here on December 11th, she's got Kids Castle, Joey's birthday party, the Stifle Christmas party.
Yes.
If you go to the interviews, the old interviews, skip them.
Now, at some point after the after your interview with Mark Jensen, you did receive information regarding ethylene glycol poisoning from the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab?
Yes.
And you'd also conferred at that
Oh,
point with
hello.
Dr. Lavin?
Solomon Mercury.
Yes.
And there was additional investigation that was conducted in this matter?
Yes.
And then sometime in March of 2002, you obtained an arrest warrant for Mark Jensen and you arrested and took him into custody at that point?
Yes.
And you interviewed him at that point?
I did.
And then later, did you go talk to anybody at Stifel Nicholas?
Yes.
And ultimately, as a consequence of those conversations, did you end up getting a search warrant for the personal documents or for the documents that Mark Jensen had left at Stifel Nicholas and for his computer at Stifel Nicholas?
Yes.
And did you seize that computer?
Yes.
And then subsequently, you had obtained an investigative subpoena for another computer that had been sent to the Stifel Nicholas office in St. Louis. Is that true?
Yes.
And you obtained that computer as well?
I did.
And I'm going to direct your attention to exhibits 30 and 31, which must be up here.
Yes.
So directing your attention first to state exhibit S30.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jamboyce, I didn't hear you.
Directing your attention to exhibit S30.
Yes.
There's a notation that this was picked up April 9th, 2002 at St. Louis. Is that true?
Yes.
And who picked it up?
I did.
So you drove to St. Louis and you picked up this computer?
Yes. On this particular computer, I discovered during my investigation that shortly after Julie's death, Mark switched out computers, and this would have been the computer that was in his office that he used previously in December.
So you obtained this computer on April 9th, 2002, and it says you dropped it off April 10th, 2002. Is that correct?
That is correct, analyst Brad Haller.
And that's reflected at the bottom of the page, April 10th, 2002, with Brad Haller's signature?
Correct.
And Brad Haller was, again, who was he?
He's an analyst with the Department of Justice, State of Wisconsin Department of Justice.
Now directing your attention to State's Exhibit S31.
Yes.
That reflects that this is the Jensen work computer from 2002 in Racine.
Correct.
And who picked up this computer?
I did.
It's item
F.
Item F, the following items submitted: computer sealed Dell Dimension XPS R400 bearing the serial number F7WOZ. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you picked up that item from Stifel in Racine?
Yes.
No, Solomon. Donald Trump was not. You see Solomon Mercury.
And then you picked up another computer. Actually, the item F is Mark Jensen's personal computer that was picked up at his office, correct?
That is correct.
And then item G is the work computer that was picked up at his office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then item H is a cardboard box containing the computer of Kelly. Is that true?
That is accurate. Yes.
And you obtained these or dropped these off with Brad Haller on May 15th, 2002. Is that correct?
Yes. I took them to the Department of Justice, the forensic unit, and to have analyzed. And that was to Mr. Haller on May 15th.
Now, at some point after Mark Jensen had been arrested, did you speak to anybody at Stifel Nicholas's office?
Yes.
Did you speak to Dave Nearing?
I did.
So you spoke to him sometime shortly after Mark Jensen was arrested?
Yes.
And then did you speak to him again sometime in 2004?
I did. Yes.
Now, during any one of those conversations, do you recall whether or not Dave Nearing ever made reference to Mark Jensen having a stenographer's notebook with a series of penis diagrams in it?
Yes. I don't recall the notebook per se, but we didn't have that conversation in 2002. That was a conversation I had with him in 2004. And what I was doing was serving a search warrant there to retain some of the items. And there were some drawings of female genitalia and man penises. And then that conversation took place in 2004.
Now, have you had an opportunity to take a look at, I just provided you a States Exhibit S22. Can you take a look at that, please?
I am.
So, and do you recall seeing those, where those notes were recovered?
These notes here were recovered in 2004, reference to a search warrant from the Stiefel office in Racine, Wisconsin.
And you're the one that executed the search warrant?
Yes.
And you're the one that recovered those notes?
Yes.
And you read those notes at the time?
Yes.
And those are the notes that you recovered from Mark Jensen's personal belongings?
Yes.
At the Stiefel Nicholas office?
In Racine, Wisconsin, yes.
And you believe at that time you may have spoken with Dave Nearing?
Yes. In fact, as I look through here, I see some drawings of the items I mentioned earlier, and then that's when that conversation came up, and he acknowledged that he knew Mark was doing that. However, I don't recall the specific on the notebook, but I recall that conversation then.
Let's not refer to them as the items you referred to earlier. Let's be more direct. What are these what are these drawings of?
These drawings are of male penises, and get it back in front of me here, and male and female vaginas and penises.
Okay.
We do need
So
to do
you
that.
think at the time that you picked that up, you may have had some discussion with Dave Nearing?
Yes.
And is it that time that Dave Nearing may have made reference to this notebook that he'd seen earlier from Mark Jensen with diagrams of penises on it?
Yes.
And you didn't produce a report concerning that conversation with Dave Nearing?
No.
You just obtained this, you just executed the search warrant at that time?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Detective or Lieutenant Detective Ratzberg. I have no further questions of you.
Who's going to do the cross? Go ahead.
Oh, that's right. You know what? I'm sorry, Your Honor. I forgot to. There's one other issue I forgot to talk to Mr. Ratzberg about. Detective Lieutenant Ratzberg, at some point in 2008, 2009, and 2010, were you asked to recover phone recordings that were placed by Mark Jensen to his family?
Yes.
And who's the person that asked you to obtain those recordings?
You did.
And in the course of those recordings, there was some reference made to a book or manuscript. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you obtain that book and manuscript?
Yes.
And you then provided that to me. Is that correct?
That is correct. I believe that occurred in February of 2010.
I've shown you the paginated manuscript of the book that you obtained from Mark Jensen. Is that true?
Yes.
And
Forty minutes left. Wishing life away. The people that are here are all like catching up, so no one's chatting. On YouTube and Rumble. Okay, so okay. Appreciate you, Solomon Mercury, for chatting away on Rumble. As always, appreciate you, Spider Girl. Where's Mad World? Mad World, where are you?
now, I'd asked you to review that paginated manuscript. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in the course of your interview with Mark Jensen, he had told you about going to see Dr. Borman, correct?
Yes.
On December 2nd?
Yes. December 2nd, 1998.
And in his manuscript, he'd also described that going to Dr. Borman. Is that true?
That is true.
Directing your attention to the screen. Have it here. At the top 12298 home, correct?
Yes.
And Mark Jensen here describes in his book this visit to Dr. Borman, does he not?
He does.
And he wrote, I walked in the door and approaching the receptionist counter explained, quote, Julie was here yesterday to see Dr. Borman. He gave her some samples last night. She woke me up acting drunk and blaming it on this, I said, showing her the printout. I know I don't have an appointment, but this is on top of everything else that has been happening that led her to see Dr. Borman. I need some help and would really appreciate being able to see him. And then he writes, wearing an expensive suit and a Rolex gives a presentation of authority and genuine legitimacy. And when accompanying a reasonable and polite request frequently achieves the desired results. I know Borman to be a responsible, conscientious professional, and in this situation, refusal of request for help would be irresponsible. That was his rendition of this visit to Dr. Borman that's set forth in his book, correct?
Excuse me, what pages are you on?
Which page was that opening on? So, let me a second pull this off. Page 410.
Judge, I do have an objection we should be heard outside the presence of the jury on.
Do you want to be heard on something?
Yes.
All right, folks, go take a short break. We're almost here today, so we're getting close. See, we'll just wait a minute here. Are we good? Okay, we're talking about the manuscript, correct?
Correct.
We are. And my objection is just in looking at the notes of what the state filed for notice of intent to use defendant's statement at trial, and it lists out specific pages, and the first one shown is not
one of them. Could be a problem.
Right.
Your Honor, I will indicate that it is true. It was not on that, and I regret the error. I should have told him about that in advance. But I will say this, the notice of intent to use defendant's statement at trial was filed with this court on December 9th, 2022. And we indicated that we intend to use portions of the book, and this includes, but is not limited to, the following provisions or portions of the following provisions of the defendant's book or manuscript. Then goes on to read, these provisions of the book or manuscript are by no means the only portions of the book that are available as a statement by a party opponent. However, Judge Kirkman had previously indicated the state should attempt to indicate the portions of the book the state would most likely use at some point in the trial. It was my intent, Your Honor, to provide this in advance, and it was just an oversight on my part. The fact is, I don't know if we're going to use hardly any of this book beyond this one particular point. It came to my mind as I was looking, watching the portions of the interview transcript that were being testified to, and I knew that there was a reference to going to Dr. Borman's office in the book, and rather than doing it on the interview, I decided to do it through the book instead. So I do regret the oversight, but it was an oversight on my part. I wasn't trying to sandbag defense counsel.
So we're not going to show this anymore to the jury, what we just shown. For the pages at 410?
It was page 410, Your Honor. I wasn't going to go back into it again. Now in
401?
It's 410. It's 410.
I was right.
You were right. I mean,
It's nice to have the defense agree.
Multiple pages of that day.
That's all right.
So, Your Honor, there is a mass amount of information. We have turned all of this over to defense counsel. They received the entire book. But just as it would be unwieldy to try to admit a 489-page book into evidence, 459 pages, however long it was. So in the interest of making it easier, I was going to try to isolate the portions we were going to use.
All right, what we had agreed upon, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so can we bring back the jury? Yes? Okay,
I believe so. It's my understanding that the objection is sustained.
correct.
Well, does that mean, well, he's already testified to that.
I know, but it's sustained.
But is that being
You could get it in another way if you want. I just think if we had an agreement, we should.
I'm not following what the court's ruling is in terms of being.
It wasn't what you had put in the order or whatever, whoever drafted the order. We were only going to get into specific areas of the manuscript, and this was not one of them.
That's not what the agreement says. That's not what the
That's what
submission
my
says.
understanding of the agreement is.
The submission specifically says, these provisions of the book or manuscript are by no means the only portions of the book that are available as a statement by a party opponent. However, Judge Kirkman had previously indicated the state should attempt to indicate the portions of the book the state would most likely use at some point in the trial. The state had previously advised the court and counsel which portions of the recorded interview with Detective Ratzberg would or may be presented in the course of the trial. Further, a number of the defense recorded phone calls were admitted at the last trial, and the defense should anticipate that all of those may be presented at this trial as well. So the state did not indicate we were only going to be using these. We indicated these as the ones we were most likely going to use. I have provided the defense with everything that we had, including this entire book. And theoretically, as long as it's relevant, I could present any portion of the book. And Judge Kirkman had previously ruled, you should assume that any relevant portion of the book is going to come in. And they should assume that. Now, I had not intended to not tell them about page 410. This was just something that had just come up. If I had told them about this just before I put the witness on the stand, perhaps there wouldn't have been an objection. Now they know about it. But 410 is still a statement by a party opponent. It is still admissible if it's relevant. And we just demonstrated the relevance of it. And they can't argue that they were sandbagged about it because they got the entire book, not just page 410, not just these pages set forth here. They got the entire book. So they've had prior notice. This has been an issue in this case since middle of May 2016. So there's no part of this book that should be any surprise at all to defense counsel.
Well, that's two different areas. I know it's getting late in the day, but I think there was an agreement that we were only going to use portions of the manuscript.
That is
Now,
correct.
We're not doing that.
Well, Judge, we are still only using portions of the manuscript. In fact, we're using much less of the manuscript than the state had expected to use. Because if you look at this submission that was submitted December 9th, there's multiple pages listed here that we did not go into. The only part that we went into that was not listed here is one half of one page, page 410, where Mark Jensen indisputably wrote in his book about his visit to Dr. Borman. And I think that was a better description of his visit to Dr. Borman than was contained in the interview. And that's why I wanted to use it. Since it's accurate, since it's a statement by the defendant, since the defense counsel has a statement by the defendant, we've complied with the discovery statute, it should be admitted. Now, admittedly, I should have told about it, but now they know about it. It's clearly a statement by a party opponent. It's relevant and it's admissible.
Well, then why did we get into this discussion at pretrial motions that the state was only going to use portions of the manuscript?
Your Honor, at the time that...
I mean, does the state intend to read any more of this?
No, we were not going to. This was the last question I was putting to the witness, Your Honor, was page
Done
410.
with this witness?
I was not going to ask you more questions of this witness. This was the last question I was posing to this witness, was that question about page 410. It was not my intent to put in the remaining statements, at least not at this point in the proceeding, not through my direct examination. It could come up on cross, depending on what they bring. I'm sorry. It could come up on redirect, depending on what they go into on cross-examination. But I was only going to use that one portion of the manuscript at this juncture. Now, when I'm cross-examining defense experts, the whole book, any portion of the book that's relevant to the cross-examination of the defense expert could be utilized, except for the portions of the book in which Mark Jensen writes about the letter and actually rewrites the entire letter in his own handwriting. I'm not going to go into that because this court had previously ruled that I could not cross-examine the defense expert, the defense psychiatrist, on the issue of Julie Jensen being a high risk of suicide on December 3rd. I could not cross-examine her about Julie Jensen's letter. So I'm following the court's order. So we excluded that portion from the book that we were going to utilize.
So I'll ask Mr. Perry, what do you want to do then?
As long as it's done, then I don't think there's anything else that can be done about it. I don't think any portion that wasn't noticed, because that's what the whole discussion was and the reason for the notice.
I will note for the record, there was a discussion about what portions were going to come in. This was only one small half page that came in. Nothing else, according to the state, is going to violate that portion of the order. So we'll just continue and leave it alone. So how much more do you have on direct, Mr. Jamboys?
That was my last question on direct to this witness, Your Honor.
All right. How much cross do you have?
More than 45 minutes.
A fair amount.
I don't want to have you start, because the problem is we come back and we start over. So I'm going to tell the jury
page you just read came from Exhibit S45, correct?
That is correct.
And that is the paginated
Sure, what
version of
happened
the
there?
manuscript that Mark Jensen wrote.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay. This time the defense has an opportunity to do a, excuse me, a cross, but it's not going to get done before 5, and I don't want them to start and then tomorrow repeat the same question. So you get the early go home today. Thank you, folks. Come back at 8:30. You might want to bring your umbrellas tomorrow, okay? Have a good evening.
Boy, cheers, everyone. I can't carry on after that. So I'm going to end it there. Spider Girl, I know you're still catching up, so thanks for being here. Thanks to everyone who chatted today. Rumble, you were fantastic today. Numbers that have a Rumble is incredibly good. Numbers on YouTube are not very good at all, but you know, we're not going to whinge too much about it. With that, cheers, guys. There's not much to talk about. I'm super tired after this one. Another boring afternoon. Yeah, so with that, catch you later.